Chapter 278. After dressing the female zombie, Lin Xiao then turned around to dress the male zombie. Although she deliberately avoided her line of sight, when she squatted down, her line of sight just happened to meet the male zombie's big bird. She silently turned her face to the side and stretched out her hand to open the man's underwear for him. But before she could say anything, she saw that this guy had already put his feet in. The two zombies weren't stupid, but they hadn't seen what others did before. If they had to do it themselves, they would be confused and not know how to do it. But after seeing it once, they would basically remember to do it. In fact, their learning ability was quite amazing. After quickly dressing the two zombies up, Lin Xiao immediately flashed out of the space with the two zombies. They had been soaking in the space for 2 or 3 days. It was time to let them out for some fresh air. As soon as they came out, they found that there was only one zombie on the entire roof. It was Meng Meng. She sat at the top of the stairs and was looking up at the grey sky. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly appear with two zombies beside her, she immediately looked down at her. Oh, tilde, you finally came out. Lin Xiao looked at her and asked, "Where's Lily?" Meng Meng jumped down and flashed in front of her. Oh, liar. You said you would give me 3 cups of water a day. Now you owe me 3 cups a day, 6 cups in 2 days. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. 15 cups. Lin Xiao looked at her speechlessly. She didn't even answer her question and only cared that she didn't give her water. 5 days. I've been in the space for 5 days. Lin Xiao didn't think that it would be that long. Meng Meng circled around her and roared, oh, tilde, water. Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly. Okay, stop circling. Here you go. Saying that, she suddenly had a water ladle in her hand and filled it with water from the lake. There were more than 3 cups here. Meng Meng immediately reached over and took the water ladle, turning around to leave. Lin Xiao was about to call her when a white shadow flashed and appeared beside Lin Xiao. Aya tilde, I'm here. Qiu Lily called out to Lin Xiao as soon as she came out. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, well, that's enough. Little Man has already absorbed the energy and is waiting for you to go in before filtering the energy for you. It can help you activate your body's functions. Qiu Lily nodded excitedly. Ayaya. Faster. Lin Xiao turned around and said to the two zombies, stay nearby and don't run around. Then, he pulled Qiu Lily and disappeared together. After Lin Xiao disappeared, the two zombies immediately dodged to the side and directly jumped off the roof, one on each side. He ran downstairs. This was because Meng Meng's aura made them very uncomfortable, and there were many other auras around them that were more powerful than them. If Lin Xiao hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have dared to move. However, as soon as Lin Xiao spoke, they immediately wanted to stay away from Meng Meng. After Qiu Lily and Lin Xiao disappeared, Meng Meng happened to be gulping down water. She only paused for a moment before she stopped paying attention. After Lin Xiao brought Qiu Lily into the space, Qiu Lily looked at the changes in the space in surprise. She noticed it as soon as she came in. Wow, it's getting bigger. Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes, once Little Man leveled up, the space seems to get bigger. Take off your clothes and go into the water. Then, she shouted towards the lake, Little Man, take Lily down. Puff, a few jade white vines jumped out of the water and waved towards the shore. Hearing that she had to take off her clothes, Qiu Lily hesitated. She had to take off her clothes. Lin Xiao said, even if you don't take them off, they'll all disappear in a moment. Go, I won't look. I'm going out. Then, she turned around and disappeared in a flash. Actually, even if she wasn't here, she could still sense what was happening inside. After Lin Xiao disappeared, Qiu Lily looked at the white vines quietly waiting for her by the lake and pinched the hem of her skirt. However, after a few seconds, she still started to take off her clothes. But before she took off her clothes, she looked around again. Suddenly, she ran to the place where the furniture was, took a chair and carried it to the edge of the lake. Then, he took off his clothes and folded them neatly on the chair. Then, she awkwardly covered her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other. She walked towards the lake in an unnatural manner with her bare feet. The little vine stretches its branches to her side, and then slowly wraps around her wrist, pulling her into the lake. Sister Lily, don't be afraid little man will be very gentle Cho Lily was surprised to hear a voice that didn't belong to her in her heart. She opened her mouth. Ah! Little man. Little man replied, it's me little man is here Cho Lily asked, Arth? Will it hurt? Little man, a little you have to be patient after Cho Lily got into the water, little man's branches wrapped around her waist and legs. Then, it gently pulled her towards the lake. Lin Xiao looked at the sky outside the space and found that it should be afternoon. She sensed the aura around her and found that the zombie leaders were obediently staying in their original positions. But at this time, they were all looking at her with a kind of desire in their eyes. She knew what they were longing for, just like Meng Meng. They were thinking about the lake. And the aura of the dozens of living people in the building was very strong. Only Yuan Tianxing hadn't come back yet. It had been a few days, and she didn't know when that man would come back. Although she might not be able to invite anyone the first time, it wouldn't be good to drag it out for too long. Lin Xiao looked at the 5 zombie leaders and waved his hand, calling them over, you guys come over. As soon as she spoke, a few figures immediately appeared in front of her with a whooshing sound. Even the old man who seemed to pay attention to etiquette was a little impatient. The 5 zombie leaders came in front of Lin Xiao and stood in a line. 5 pairs of pitch-black eyes with a tinge of other colors stared straight at her. Lin Xiao sensed the number of cups in the space. Other than the ones used by Lin Feng and the others, the rest were placed on the table in front of the sofa. The others were still in the cupboard. She could only go in and stand in front of the cupboard. Then, she opened the cupboard and took out 5 glasses. She could hold 5 glasses in her hands, but she couldn't hold 5 glasses of water. So she turned around and shouted at Meng Meng. Chapter 279. The 5 zombies took the cup away like it was a treasure. Only Meng Meng stood at the side and stared at the scoop in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao said, "Here you go." Lin Xiao speechlessly threw the red scoop to her and went downstairs. On the 6th floor, she saw Tong Tong and Lin Xiaolu running around the corridor playing with Xiedong. Liu Jun took a chair and sat at the door of her room, but she didn't see Cheng Wangxue. As long as Lin Xiaolu was there, she would be there. Seeing Lin Xiao come down, Liu Jun put down the book and asked, "How many days have you been on the roof? Have you subdued the zombie leaders? How is Lily?" Lin Xiao walked over and leaned against the wall. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and shook her head. It's not difficult to subdue the zombie leaders Lily brought back, but they are only at the same level as Lily. It's a bit troublesome, I can't deal with her for now. But Lily seems to be able to completely subdue her. Lily is in my space now. I just went in and asked Man to help her activate it. I don't know how long it will take. Liu Jun nodded and said, I feel that the 2 you released seem to have a different aura. Your lake water is becoming more and more useful. Is it related to Man's level up? Lin Xiao nodded and said yes. At this time, she saw Lin Xiaolu suddenly stop and turn her head to look at her in confusion. Then Lin Xiaolu slowly walked towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao saw her walking towards her and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaolu walked in front of Lin Xiao and stared at her stomach. Then she looked up at Lin Xiao with her big eyes. Lin Xiao looked at her strangely. She found that she couldn't sense Lin Xiaolu's thoughts even if she was close. She didn't know if Lin Xiaolu was also a spirit type and had a shielding effect on other senses. It should be a kind of self-protection ability. Lin Xiaolu then asked, "Don't you feel pain?" As soon as she spoke, Liu Jun and Xiedong looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and then she squatted down and smiled, "Don't worry, I don't feel pain. You didn't feel me, it was someone else. Not you." Lin Xiaolu's eyes were also full of doubts. She suddenly stretched out her little hand and touched Lin Xiao's forehead for a while. Then she thought for a while and suddenly asked, "Is this your space? There are 2 people in your space. Are they fighting?" Liu Jun and Xiedong looked at each other, then looked at Lin Xiaolu in surprise. Lin Xiaolu's ability could actually sense Lin Xiao's space. Did she have to be so powerful? Lin Xiao said, no, they are not fighting. They are undergoing treatment. Lin Xiaolu nodded, not really understanding. Oh, Lin Xiao touched her head and said, go and play. In fact, Lin Xiaolu's senses were very strong. She was able to sense Lin Xiao from 3 meters away. In the future, when his ability leveled up, it would be incredible. Lin Xiaolu shook her head and said, it's almost time for dinner. We have to go down. Then she turned to Tong Tong and said, Tong Tong, let's go down to eat. All right. When Tong Tong heard that it was a meal, he immediately agreed. He then walked toward Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu pulled him to the stairs, and Xiedong followed the 2 children down. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was like a little adult in front of Tong Tong, as if she was taking care of him. After the figures of the 3 disappeared, he turned to look at Liu Jun, who was still sitting still. Is Tong Tong eating with them now? Liu Jun nodded and said, well, Madam said that everyone is together anyway. It's too troublesome for me to always cook for the child alone. It's better for them to cook for the child. Tong Tong doesn't eat much anyway, and the 2 children eat more together. So I agreed. After that, she spread her hands and said, I don't need to eat anyway. It's really troublesome to cook a little for the child every day. She used to be very diligent, but now she was a little lazy. Lin Xiao noticed her thoughts and said, you are starting to be lazy. That's why you find it troublesome. This time, Qiu Lily actually stayed in the lake for 3 days before there was any movement. Lin Xiao had been paying attention to the situation in the lake. On the 3rd day, she sensed an inexplicable strong fluctuation. She flashed into the space and stood by the lake. A small whirlpool had appeared in the center of the lake. It was caused by the energy in the center of the lake. After a long time, she saw countless jade-white tentacles coming out of the water from the whirlpool, waving randomly. Then Lin Xiao suddenly felt a very oppressive aura coming from the center of the lake, and the aura was slowly increasing. The oppressive feeling also increased with the increase of the aura. Lin Xiao felt a sense of suffocation. Damn it! Qiu Lily didn't directly break through to the 7th level, did she? Lin Xiao frowned and stood by the lake under the oppressive feeling. But after a few seconds, she couldn't stand it anymore. There was a feeling of wanting to escape and stay away from it in her heart. Fortunately, when Lin Xiao was about to give up resistance and turn around to leave the space, the aura suddenly disappeared. Then the whirlpool in the center of the lake slowly calmed down. The little vine's branches also calmed down and shrunk back into the water. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She finally woke up. After a while, she saw a head coming out of the water and swimming towards the shore. When Qiu Lily swam closer, Lin Xiao suddenly realized something was wrong. Although Qiu Lily was still in the water, what was up with the over a meter-long hair floating behind her? Originally, her hair only reached her waist at most. How did it suddenly grow below her feet? And why did she lose all her hair? But when it came to Qiu Lily, not only did her hair not fall, it even grew. Lin Xiao felt that she needed to find Little Man to talk about life. Qiu Lily dragged her hair that was as long as her height and slowly stood up from the water. Then, she covered her chest and walked towards the chair beside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao watched as she walked closer and asked, you leveled up? Qiu Lily looked at her blankly and then pondered for a while before nodding. So, like, I can speak. As soon as she opened her mouth, she suddenly said something clear. Her footsteps paused for a moment. Then, her face turned into surprise. She stared happily at Lin Xiao with a pair of blood-red eyes. Ah, I can speak. I can speak tilde. Lin Xiao saw that she was so happy that she didn't want to come up to put on her clothes. She laughed and cried, okay, I know. Isn't this supposed to be the case? Quickly come up and put on your clothes. Qiu Lily then realized that she was still naked. Chapter 280. After seeing Qiu Lily run to put on her clothes, Lin Xiao shouted towards the lake, Little man, come here, I want to talk to you. A few jade-white vines immediately emerged from the lake and swam towards Lin Xiao. Then they wrapped around Lin Xiao's wrist. Lin Xiao squatted down and asked, let me ask you, why did I lose all my hair when I leveled up? But Lily's hair is so long. She looked back at Lily's long black hair, then turned to look at the vines on her hand. Little man doesn't know either this isn't something that little man can control maybe mommy will grow it when you reach her level Lin Xiao. Level? Does it have anything to do with level? Will all zombies grow hair crazily when they reach level 7? Little man said, I don't know this also depends on whether other people are the same or only Sister Lily will grow hair. Other zombies may not grow hair or they may lose hair like Mama Lin Xiao shook her head and said, you see, Junjun didn't lose hair, there shouldn't be anyone else who will lose hair like me, right? Little man was silent for a while, as if she was thinking hard and said, but Mama, your body is badly injured you need to completely transform it before it can be activated Lin Xiao was stunned and asked in surprise, what? I haven't been activated yet. But I can talk, can't I? Little man said, you can talk because little man helped to repair and transform Mama's throat because Mama's throat isn't bad Lin Xiao nodded and said, is that so? Okay. Little man said with some regret, Mama, the energy this time has been used up to help Miss Lily upgrade I can't upgrade Mama anymore Lin Xiao shook her head indifferently and said, it's okay, I will find some energy cores for you. You must be tired, take a rest first. She gradually felt that little man was a little weak. Little man obediently replied, then she let go of Lin Xiao and went back into the lake. Lin Xiao looked at the energy density in the lake and thought that this energy should be the energy filtered out from little man's body. Turning around to look at Cho Lily, she saw that her long hair had been dried by her own fire element. She was fiddling with it on her head. Because it was too long, she wasn't used to it and it wasn't easy to tie it up. At the very least, it was a little troublesome to tie such long hair into 2 high ponytails. Lin Xiao wasn't good at tying hair, so she could only say to her, why don't we go out and let Junjun tie it for you? I don't know how to tie it so long. Cho Lily's hands paused for a moment, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. She pouted and said, why is it so long? Why did you lose all your hair? But I grew twice as long. Lin Xiao heard that her voice was even sweeter than before, not as hoarse and unpleasant as her own. Was it really because of his high level? She held Cho Lily's hand and the two of them left the space. Liu Jun, Xie Dong, and even Meng Meng were all waiting for her to come out. Because as soon as Cho Lily appeared, Meng Meng, who had been staying on the roof, suddenly appeared on Liu Jun's windowsill. Oh. Meng Meng saw Lily with disheveled hair and called out uncertainly. Liu Jun looked at Cho Lily's vertical black hair that fell directly from her head to the ground, straight like a waterfall. Her eyes inexplicably lit up. Wow, such beautiful long hair. Seeing Liu Jun's inexplicably bright eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think it was funny. Liu Jun acted as if he had seen a fun toy. Cho Lily said in a sweet voice, yes, it's grown out. It's too long, can I cut it? Originally, she wanted to cut it, but after seeing Liu Jun's eyes, she inexplicably felt as if she would do something wrong if she cut it without her consent. No. Sure enough, Liu Jun shouted. She hurriedly ran to her side, picked up her long hair, and said while touching it, it's a pity to cut such beautiful hair. Don't cut it, I'll help you tie it. You can tie it however you want. Xie Dong looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao shrugged at him. Sometimes, a man wouldn't understand a woman's obsession with hair. Look, Liu Jun saw this long hair. He could even ignore Cho Lily's level 7 pressure. Although Cho Lily had purposely concealed her aura, the level suppression could still be felt at such a close distance. Meng Meng looked at Cho Lily and finally confirmed that she was Cho Lily. She sat on the windowsill with her back facing the outside and swung her legs. Lily was stronger than her again. She couldn't beat Lily in the first place, and now it was even more impossible. Not to mention fighting, she would probably be sent flying with a slap if she made a move. But how did she do it? Was it because of her kind? Could he become as powerful as Lily? Meng Meng looked at Cho Lily and then at Lin Xiao. Her intuition told her that Cho Lily suddenly became stronger, and it must have something to do with Lin Xiao. because Cho Lily disappeared with Lin Xiao before, and then came out together. But as soon as she came out, she became so much stronger, but she didn't think about it for long, because she was immediately attracted by Tong Tong, who was sleeping on the bed. Cho Lily said to Liu Jun, "I want to tie it the original way, but it's too long now," she said with a conflicted expression. Liu Jun immediately pulled her to a chair and turned around to take out the comb and hairband. She said, "Watch how I tie it, I'll teach you." Lin Xiao looked at Tong Tong, who was taking a nap, and then looked at Meng Meng, who was staring at Tong Tong with bright eyes. She said to her, "This is Tong Tong, you can't take him away like last time. You can't hurt him, understand?" Although she knew that Meng Meng didn't have any evil intentions in her eyes, she was afraid that her unintentional actions would hurt Tong Tong. At this time, Cho Lily suddenly turned her head and said to Meng Meng fiercely, "If you dare hurt Tong Tong, I'll kill you." Meng Meng looked at Cho Lily, shrunk her neck, and shook her head repeatedly. Lin Xiao looked at the two's actions with amusement. Cho Lily was really the nemesis of Meng Meng. At least with Lily here, she didn't have to worry about Meng Meng having no one to suppress. But when Lin Xiao looked at Cho Lily again, she couldn't help but feel lucky that this child still retained her humanity, and her heart was also kind. Otherwise, with such a powerful superpower, if she did evil, it would be a disaster. She just didn't know, except for the current Cho Lily. Were there any other second-level kings? With so many zombies in the world, it wasn't impossible for them to evolve into second-level kings. It was just that no one had met them yet. Lin Xiao thought that there should be second-level kings. But she didn't want to meet second-level kings other than Cho Lily. Chapter 281. On the other side, Liu Jun neatly tied Cho Lily's hair, rolled it, and tied it up. He neatly tied Cho Lily's hair into 2 long ponytails, hanging behind her back. The dark circles on her face also disappeared, leaving only a pair of fiery red eyes in the dark eye sockets. The skin on her face and body became smooth and white. Plus, she was wearing a white dress, she was still so cute. Cho Lily curiously swung her long ponytail and found it not bad. Her mood inexplicably became better. Liu Jun asked Lin Xiao, "Hey, did little man use up all the energy from the energy cores that Lily brought back this time? Didn't you repair it to see if your hair can grow back?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Little man said it was all used up. Because Lily's level is high, she needs a lot of energy. Fortunately, she brought back so many this time. If there was one less, she might not be able to level up successfully." A few days passed. These days, Lin Xiao trained with 7 zombies every day. Yes, 7 zombies. 5 leaders and 2 level 4 zombies with abilities. In order to call them, Lin Xiao and Cho Lily gave them numbers. They directly called number 1, 2, and 3. Of course, it didn't mean that the strongest was number 1. Lin Xiao felt that the most obedient one was number 1. It went on like this. So, of course, the 2 weakest level 4 zombies ran to number 1 and 2 in front. Male zombie number 1 and female zombie number 2. Although the male zombie's IQ was lower than the female zombie's, it was honest and obedient. Lin Xiao felt that this female zombie was smart, but a little clever. Also, she liked to act smart and was very violent, teaching her to wear clothes, okay. Tearing clothes in half. Teaching her to pick up things, okay. Picking up a bunch of good and bad things. The funniest thing was that Lin Xiao knew that it wasn't that she didn't understand, but that she was thinking about it herself. Since she picked up the good things, she should also pick up the bad ones. Wouldn't she be praised if there were more? Sometimes Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The zombie uncle who was beaten up by Lin Xiao was number 3. After being beaten up and given a glass of water, Lin Xiao immediately ran away. He obediently listened to Lin Xiao and didn't hold a grudge against him. It was as if everything had been written off. Next was the kid from number 4, the female zombie leader from number 5, and the male zombie leader from number 6. The last one was old man number 7. Perhaps the old man had retained some of his habits from when he was alive, but it felt like he was a very independent person when he was alive. It felt like he was either an official or a leader, or the head of a big family, or a godfather in the underworld. Number 7's habit was to find a chair to sit on before drinking water. If Lin Xiao had given him water and no chair, he would definitely look for a cup of water everywhere until he found a chair or sofa to sit down on. Only then would he slowly drink it. Should I drink it as a bowl? And drinking it as tea? Another part of the training that Lin Xiao gave them was to recognize the living people here. Of course, in their consciousness. These were all prey, food. Therefore, Lin Xiao brainwashed them every day. That's right. That's right. This was brainwashing. Not only did they have to recognize the breath of everyone here, but they also had to recognize their names. Although these zombies didn't know their names, Lin Xiao told them their names as if she was teaching a class to primary school students. It was a name that represented those people. Fortunately, these zombie leaders had high IQs and didn't understand at first. But after Lin Xiao explained it 2 or 3 times, they basically understood. In the end, Lin Xiao strongly requested that the zombie leaders not hurt people. It was unknown if the child was too ruthless by his parents when he was alive, but when he saw the workbook and the pen, he had a strong reaction. But because he didn't know how to hold a pen, he couldn't even draw, let alone write. So when Lin Xiao was free, he would teach him how to read. Chapter 282. Lin Xiao, who was teaching boy number 4 to read on the roof, suddenly felt a flash beside her, and a figure appeared beside her. It was the old man of number 7. Roar! The old man's deep voice sounded beside Lin Xiao. Someone. Because Lin Xiao said that she couldn't call those preys prey, but people. So when the old man reported what he sensed to her, he only said one word. Lin Xiao froze for a moment and looked up at him. With one hand behind his back, he raised his other hand and pointed in the direction he was guarding. Wasn't that the direction of High City? Lin Xiao closed her eyes and felt carefully, but she didn't sense anything. She stood up, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath of the air there. After 2 minutes, she opened her eyes. A light flashed in her eyes. She thought it was Yuan Tianxing who came, and maybe they were back. But after smelling carefully, she found that it wasn't Yuan Tianxing and the others. It was a group of strangers, because there was no smell of Yuan Tianxing or Du Yuanxing. Lin Xiao said to the old man, go and stop them. Remember, you just need to scare him a little. Don't hurt them. Hey, wait a minute. She was planning to let the old man scare those people and make them take a detour. Anyway, Lin Xiao felt that it was better not to let them meet Lin Feng and the others. But before she could finish her sentence, she sensed another group of people appearing at the back of the group. Well, 2 groups of people. Then the situation would have to wait and see first. Let's go and take a look first. Lin Xiao immediately stood up and jumped out of the building with the old man and the little boy. She wanted to watch the show. Watching Lin Xiao leave with the 2 zombie leaders, Meng Meng looked at Lin Xiao's back. She didn't follow them curiously because Qiu Lily didn't go. Feeling Lin Xiao leave with the 2 zombies, Lin Feng in the room also looked out curiously in the direction Lin Xiao left. Seeing his expression, Mrs. Lin asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng turned around and said to her, "Lu Tianyu left with the 2 zombie leaders. I don't know what they're doing." Mrs. Lin nodded. "Oh. Maybe something happened." Lin Feng silently turned his head and looked outside. Lin Xiao brought the 2 zombie leaders and quickly passed through the surrounding zombies. Then, he quietly approached the 2 groups of people. At this time, about 2 to 3 kilometers in front of Lin Xiao, there were more than 10 fully armed people. All of them had guns in their hands and no less than 10 guns and ammunition of various sizes strapped to their bodies as they moved forward. They were heading towards Lin Xiao's direction. They would shoot whenever they saw a zombie. These people's shooting accuracy was very high. Basically, not a single bullet was wasted. When Lin Xiao arrived near these people, he had already turned invisible. She asked boy number 4 and the old man to keep a distance while she snuck over. But when she saw the group of people in front of her, she couldn't help but frown. Because the dozen or so people in front of them didn't look like good people. All of their blood and qi were surging, and their eyes were filled with madness and bloodthirstiness. But what made Lin Xiao frown was not how fierce these people looked, but the fact that they had captured 3 captives. The 3 captives were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very young, about 18 or 19 years old. The woman was a little older, in her 20s. The group of people in front of her didn't panic because they were being chased. Instead, they all looked very proud. Lin Xiao had encountered the temperament of these people before. Yes, if Lin Xiao wasn't wrong. The dozen or so people in front of her were the bandits of the apocalypse. The 3 people they captured would probably become their food in the end. They were in a villa area. The villas here weren't very high-end. But they were all independent, ordinary 2-story villas. Lin Xiao stood at the top of a very tall tree and watched the dozen or so people violently drag the 3 captives into a villa. Looking at the 3 people whose clothes were torn to shreds, Lin Xiao guessed what they had been through. There were very few women in the apocalypse. Many people in the base couldn't find a target to vent their anger on. Not to mention the bandits outside the base, who rolled around in the zombie horde all day long. So men could vent their anger on each other. Of course, the target was the weakest or the youngest. But it was still relatively rare for them to harm their own people, because they usually targeted the people they robbed. They wouldn't let go of a woman, nor would they let go of a young and good-looking man. If they got tired of playing with them or died, they could still dismember them and eat their flesh. Lin Xiao counted the number of people. There were a total of 12 bandits, and their abilities weren't low. No wonder they were so calm. She was like a transparent person as she walked directly to the door of the villa. Then, he leaped from the wall and landed on the wall that was more than 2 meters tall. The 2 bandits guarding the door didn't feel Lin Xiao's intrusion. They were even leisurely chatting there. I think the long-haired man is fun to play with. His body is slender, and his limbs are well proportioned. His skin is also good. It feels really good. Unfortunately, he can't play with me. It's only been 2 days. It was as if he had lost half his life and was on the verge of death. That thorny guy is also not bad. He has a strong body and a hot personality. It's fun to play with him. That long-haired guy doesn't look like a man or a woman. Anyway, I don't like this kind of guy. Then there's no other way. Our tastes are different. I just like good-looking guys. I know you like a strong body. That's true. That long-haired guy is too thin. And he can't play with me, but boss is lucky this time. He actually caught a woman. I haven't touched a woman's soft chest for 5 years. Lin Xiao listened to the conversation between the 2 people calmly. She didn't expect to hear this. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. But at the same time, she sighed in her heart that the world now respected strength. The weak would either die or be humiliated. It was no different from a primitive society. She jumped from the wall to the inside, then walked along the front yard to the door of the villa. There were also 2 bandits standing at the door. She walked in and saw a few people in the living room casually cleaning up the environment. The 3 captives were tied up and thrown in the corner. The 3 of them weren't in a good state of mind. They all had a look of despair and numbness. But from the looks of her body, the woman seemed to have been taken care of a little. There weren't many injuries on her body, except for a few palm marks on her face. Her clothes were messy. The front of her shirt was torn and open, revealing most of the spring inside. She hung her head and curled up in the corner. The 2 young men weren't as good as her. They were covered in injuries. Their faces and the corners of their mouths were rotten, and there were bloodstains that hadn't been wiped off. They only wore a pair of pants, and their upper bodies were bare. They closed their eyes and lay on the ground motionlessly. Chapter 283. Lin Xiao looked at the 5 or 6 people walking around in the living room. There were also a few who went up to the 2nd floor to check the situation. She saw that the robbers only had weapons on them and nothing else. There was no food or other supplies. She did not know if they had finished eating or if there were spatial ability users among them. Thinking of spatial ability users, Lin Xiao thought of the small space in her space. If there were really spatial ability users here, it would be like they had delivered themselves to her doorstep. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking about this, she saw a man suddenly holding a few bottles of mineral water in his hands. "Boss!" The man who suddenly had 3 bottles of water in his hands shouted at the person with the highest ability among them and then threw a bottle of water to him. He then threw it to another person. The person who was called Boss unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and took a big gulp. He then asked, "Third bro, how much water do we have left?" The person who threw the water to them replied, "Oh, there are still a dozen bottles. Let's see how much water they brought after we lure them in." Another person said, "Do you think they will chase after us? What if they don't chase after us? They will probably chase after us." The boss said as he put the water on the table and flipped the overturned sofa over. He swept the dust off the sofa and sat down before continuing, "This woman should be very important to them, so as long as they know that she is not dead, they will probably not give up. Of course, even if they give up, we won't lose anything, right?" As he said that, he laughed. The third bro nodded while holding the water and said, "Yeah, big bro, we got a woman. We have to take good care of her so that we don't have to worry about a place to make a fortune. Ha 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 ha." As they said that, they all looked at the woman in the corner. When the woman heard them mention her, she subconsciously shrank back. Lin Xiao looked at the boss. He was a man who wore glasses and looked very gentle. However, the look in his eyes was not gentle at all. Even though she was a few meters away from him, she could still smell the strong smell of blood and evil hostility from him. The third bro was a bald man. Although he looked very fierce, he had the least hostility among the 3. Second brother was a very handsome man. He had a sharp face and deep eyes. His calm gaze gave people a strange sense of attraction. The abilities of these 3 people were very powerful, especially the boss, who gave Lin Xiao a sense of oppression. This person turned out to be a level 7 arcanist. The other 2 weren't weak either. They were both level 6. If Lin Xiao was alone, he certainly wouldn't be worried about them. However, they were not far from Lin Feng and the others. This made Lin Xiao a little afraid. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Boss, do you think the Yang family's words count?" The boss said indifferently, 70%, he is an ambitious person. I've long been unwilling to be on equal footing with those 2. Second brother nodded. Indeed. However, Yuan Tianxing was only a level 6 ability user. What's there to worry about? Third bro touched his bald head in confusion and asked, "Who is that kid? Why does that young fellow want us to kill him?" The boss sat and pushed his glasses up, then bent over and put his elbows on his knees. He crossed his fingers in front of his chin and said casually, "I heard he hooked up with the #1 goddess of Hai Cheng. That young fellow doesn't like him. That's why he wants us to help him get rid of these people." Second brother said, "If he can let us join Hai Cheng, it doesn't matter if we help him get rid of a few outsiders. But how is Yang Chao going to deal with Wu Chengyu?" The boss smiled. "Of course he's going to attack his weakness. Everyone knows Wu Chengyu's weakness. The little princess is just a little young. If she's 10 or 12 years old, she'll also be very lazy." When the 2 heard his words, their reactions were different. Laro-san chuckled and said, "Boss, it turns out that you like young ones." "I really couldn't tell." Second brother frowned but didn't say anything. On the side, Lin Xiao had already straightened her body, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Very good, what did she hear? What a coincidence. Of all the people she could deal with, she had to deal with Yuan Tianxing. She even dared to touch her people. Also, little Tot was also a bad person. As expected, it wasn't a good thing to have a father who was too powerful. Second brother said, "Are you sure that Yuan Tianxing's route is this way? Don't get the wrong information, it'll be embarrassing if we don't stop him." The boss nodded. Yang Chao sent someone to check. People from Netherworld King's base came over. Other than Yuan Tianxing and the few people he brought with him, there's another group of people outside. It's the family of the leader of Netherworld King's base. Second brother stood there with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked down at him. The leader of Netherworld King's base? That Nether Flame? Her family escaped. That young Jianhua is too useless, he can't even catch a few fish and prawns. The boss said, because young Jianhua also appears in this area, Yang Chao thinks that Netherflame's family should also be in this area. This means that Yuan Tianxing should be with them previously. We might be able to find Netherflame's family before he comes back. I heard that Netherflame's sister and sister-in-law are both beautiful women. Third brother said excitedly. Beautiful women? Could it be, boss, you came all the way here? At this moment, second brother's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look around. He scanned up and down a few times, then looked at the three captives. Seeing his expression, the boss and third brother looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong?" Second brother's expression was a little hesitant. "I don't know, I felt a bad feeling in my heart just now." With that said, he let go of his hand in front of his chest, turned around and walked to the door. When he walked to the door, he asked the two people guarding the door, Old 9, Little 10. "Did you find anything?" The two people at the door turned back and looked at him in confusion. "Ah? What's wrong?" "Nothing. If it's zombies, you should ask Old 7 and Old 8 on the roof." With that said, he walked out, stood in the open space in front of the building and shouted, "Hey, Old 7. What's the situation?" A head stretched out from the roof and looked down at him. "Situation? There's nothing else besides zombies. What's wrong?" Old 9 shook his head and said, "Nothing." Second brother seems to have sensed something. "You guys pay attention." The person on the roof raised his hand and made a gesture to him, then shrank back and disappeared. Second brother waved his hand to Old 9 and said, "I'll go out and have a look, I keep feeling that something is wrong." With that said, he walked out and then walked to the gate of the yard. Lin Xiao looked coldly at second brother walking out, then turned back to stare at the boss. Chapter 284. There were actually two other people in the room besides Laro Da and Laro San. One was Laro Wu, who was leaning against the window next to the three captives and smoking. The other was Laro Sai, who was watching the situation in the kitchen and bathroom. After Laro walked out, Laro San and Laro Da stopped talking. Both of them quieted down and carefully scanned the surroundings like Laro Lin Xiao looked at the others. It seemed that Laro perception was the strongest here, although she didn't know what ability it was. Laro San was basically sure that he was a space type. But under normal circumstances, space types were very weak. Since this Baldy was a space type, his combat power shouldn't be high. But he was Laro San, so she didn't know how they were numbered. Laro Da said to Laro Wu, "Look after them." Laro Wu put the cigarette in his mouth and nodded. Then he looked at the three people in the corner. Lin Xiao knew that they wouldn't say anything confidential now. They would definitely wait for the person who went out to confirm the situation before saying anything. She turned around and walked out of the room. Then she quickly jumped over the wall and ran to a place a few hundred meters away from the group of people. Then she called the little boy over. Lin Xiao took out a piece of paper and a pen from her space and wrote some words on it. Then she said to Laro Sai, "Xiao Sai, go back and give this to Lily. Be careful not to be discovered. Go." Little boy number 4 nodded, took the paper, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Then he turned around and ran in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Lin Xiao returned to the place where the robbers were and thought about how to deal with the Baldy. She was just here to watch the show and didn't want to do anything. She didn't expect the show to be so big. They were actually going for Lin Feng and the others, and after dealing with Lin Feng, they would continue to deal with Yuan Tianxing. Since the other party was coming for them, she thought that they didn't know. Let's see who makes the first move and gains the upper hand. Laro went out of the door and asked the two people outside the door about the situation. Their answers were the same. Other than zombies, there was nothing else. "What's wrong? Is there a big one?" one of them asked. Second brother looked around with his sharp eyes, but he still didn't find anything. Lin Xiao thought about it and suddenly saw the old man on the other side. She immediately sprang towards him, and then appeared at his side. She tried her best to restrain her aura to the extreme, then said to the old man, "Gramps, gather all the zombies around here. The more, the better. Surround them." "Raw, you want to kill?" Grandpa G looked at her and asked with a contemplative expression. Lin Xiao said, "Kill them. Leave that baldy to me. But pay attention to the one with glasses, he is very powerful. Don't let him target you." The old man put his hands behind his back and nodded. Then, with a flash of movement, he disappeared on the spot. Lin Xiao returned to the villa and stood behind Baldy. At this moment, a strange, slender roar suddenly came from outside. Lin Xiao knew that the old man was summoning ordinary zombies. What was going on? What's that sound? All three and the others heard it and asked curiously. The boss's eyes flashed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a high-level zombie." Third brother's eyes lit up and he asked, "High level? What level? Fourth or fifth level? It would be better if there was a level 6. The boss asked him, "We only have 3 level 5 zombie nuclei and a lot of level 4 zombie nuclei. But these are enough to exchange for a lot of food with Yang Chao. If there are level 6 zombie nuclei, we can't give them to him." Third brother was stunned and nodded, "Oh, let me see how many level 4 zombie nuclei we have." He closed his eyes and opened them after 3 seconds. "Boss, 31 level 4 zombie nuclei." The boss nodded. When second brother, who was outside the door, heard the old man's roar, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and walked back. "It should be fine. It seems that the high-level zombie made me so nervous. I just don't know what level it is." The 2 people at the door nodded. "Oh." Lin Xiao didn't fight, but walked to the side of the 3 captives. She felt the life force of the 3 of them. The woman was very strong. Among the 2 men, the boy with a long head and a thin body was exhaling more than he inhaled. 4 ribs in his chest were broken, and his arm was fractured. Moreover, his liver was slightly ruptured. The other man was better. Although his injuries weren't that serious, one of his legs was broken. Lin Xiao squatted down and reached out to touch the foreheads of the 2 men. Then she sighed. The 2 of them didn't have any hope of survival. She touched their foreheads and suddenly asked in her heart, "Do you want to live?" Then she repeated it several times. She used to be a soldier, and saving people was her duty. But she wasn't now, but this sense of responsibility was still there. It wasn't that she was a white lotus who wanted to save everyone. But when dealing with bad guys, what was wrong with saving other people's lives? But now, even if these 2 men were saved, she could use the lake water to save their bodies, but probably not their souls. She repeated it so many times in her heart, but the 2 men still didn't have any reaction. It seemed that even their subconscious had given up on life. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was closer. He could vaguely hear some subconscious thoughts from the woman. "There must be someone coming to save me." She kept repeating this in a self-hypnotizing way, so that she wouldn't commit suicide out of despair. Just then, Old 5 suddenly walked over. Lin Xiao quickly stood up and moved to the side. Old 5 kicked the skinny boy, then turned his head and said to his boss, "Boss, this kid won't live for more than a few hours. It was better to cut it off before he died. Otherwise, he could do it after he died. The taste of the meat will change." Hearing this, Lin Xiao clearly felt the woman's body stiffen. The boss turned to look at him, but didn't say anything. He saw Old 2 walk in. "I think we should listen to Old 5. When a person is dead, their breath will disappear. Their meat tastes terrible." Lin Xiao's eyes widened slightly, and she turned to stare at these people in disbelief. These people actually wanted to cut this young boy's meat alive and eat it. These robbers were really inhumane. They were no different from beasts. They said eating people was like eating other animals, and they didn't want to eat the dead, but the living. Old 2 nodded and said, "Then let's start a fire and roast it. It'll taste better if we cut it and roast it." Lin Xiao clenched her fists tightly, trying hard to calm herself down. She decided to kill all these people. Cannibals were more disgusting and terrifying than zombies. More importantly, these people dared to target Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others. Even if she couldn't kill the level 7 paranormal, she could kill the others. Chapter 285. Since they dared to attack her people, then don't blame her for starting a massacre. Lin Xiao turned around and went out of the house, then she went towards the two people at the door. Because the door was closed, Lin Xiao had to jump over the wall. When she stood in front of the two men, they were staring at the surroundings without noticing. Because Old Two had just warned them that there might be a large number of zombies coming, so they should pay attention to the situation first. Lin Xiao stood in the middle of the two men and suddenly stretched out her hand. She suddenly grabbed the two men, then her figure flashed. The two men at the door didn't have time to react, and suddenly their vision blurred. When they saw the situation in front of them clearly, two claws had already stabbed into the two men's skulls. These two were only rank 4 psychics, they didn't even have the time to react. They were directly killed by Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao suddenly appeared at the door and brought the two men in, Old Two's expression suddenly froze. He suddenly turned his head to look at the direction of the door, and then walked out in doubt. She said to Old Nine, who was outside the door, "Old Nine, go see 11 and 12 outside." Old Nine nodded and directly walked out without asking anything. Lin Xiao threw the two corpses at the edge of the forest, then she flashed out. She stood outside the door and heard Old Nine's shout, 11 and 12, what's the situation outside? However, 11 and 12 didn't answer Old Nine. Old Nine was puzzled for a moment, then shouted again, 11 and 12? But after shouting, he felt something was wrong and quickly opened the door. However, when he opened the door, there was no one outside. Old Nine was shocked and immediately felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and shout. In the end, when he opened his mouth, he disappeared from the spot in the next second. Lin Xiao used her 5 fingers to directly grab his head and pulled him in. As soon as she came in, she immediately used her 5 fingers and the 5 fingers immediately pierced into his skull. Tilda. Old Nine's eyes widened and looked at Lin Xiao in front of him in disbelief. The rifle in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Then a small amount of blood slowly seeped out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. But he didn't die so quickly. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, and then his eyes turned into fear. You. Tilda. He struggled to raise his hand and wanted to use his ability. However, he found that his ability seemed to have disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but it seemed to have been weakened by 99%. So he couldn't use any abilities at all. Lin Xiao didn't give him a chance to speak, seeing that he wasn't going to die so quickly. So he squeezed hard. Crack. With a muffled sound, his head was crushed. Old Nine slowly collapsed under Lin Xiao's palm. Lin Xiao looked at his fingers and did not have the time to wipe them clean. He immediately exited the space. This time, second brother's expression immediately changed. He suddenly shouted, "Alert! Everyone on alert!" Therefore, they quickly took out their guns and stared at their surroundings with full vigilance. The boss walked out and saw that the door was open a dozen meters away, but there was no one at the door. What about 9th, 11th, and 12th? The second brother shook his head and said, "It's gone. There's no smell of blood or anything else." Boss stared at that direction and said, "It disappeared. How could this be? Didn't you find something before?" Second brother said, "I suspect it's a zombie. This time, it might be a level 6 space type." The boss looked back at him and pushed his glasses. He said, "You mean, it has a concealment skill and escaped our detection, but it could silently catch 3 living people into the space and then eat them?" Second brother scanned the surroundings and nodded without saying a word. A light flashed in the boss's glasses, and he turned his head to look around. Lin Xiao stood next to the two, feeling that the boss's sense of danger had increased again. It seemed that he had strengthened his momentum. But this didn't affect Lin Xiao, it just made her feel very dangerous. Lin Xiao directly jumped to the second floor from outside and jumped to the balcony of the second floor. Then he stepped on the guardrail outside the balcony and climbed to the top of the building. Suddenly, second brother thought of something and shouted to the 2 people who were still on guard on the roof, "Old 7, Old 8, come down." Just as he shouted, Lin Xiao had already arrived behind Old 7. Then she suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed the back of Old 7's neck, and pulled him into the space. She had just discovered that killing people in the space was too enjoyable. because she could feel that the space was repelling the energy of psychics. Just now when old 9 was about to use his ability, Lin Xiao felt a formless thing suddenly wrap around old Ju's body. Then, old Ju couldn't use his ability. Lin Xiao didn't know what it was that wrapped around old 9, it didn't look like an energy body, nor was it a gas. She didn't know what it was, but it was very advantageous to her. After pulling old 7 in again, Lin Xiao directly crushed his neck. Simple, direct, rough, and efficient. Since Lin Xiao became a zombie, human bones were really brittle to her. As long as she squeezed it hard, it would break. Puff tilde. After throwing the fourth body in the woods, Lin Xiao went out again. At this time, old 8 was looking at the place where old 7 disappeared with a confused face. It was also the place where Lin Xiao grabbed people into the space, and then appeared again. Old 7, old 8. Suddenly there was nothing happening above. Old 2 immediately felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a blood-red vine quickly jumped out from his palm, and then it was thrown to the edge of the roof. His movement of throwing the vine was very fast, and when the vine was thrown to the roof, its tip suddenly quickly jumped towards old 8. Then it tightly wrapped around his body. Seeing old 2's blood vine, old 8 immediately woke up. He immediately followed the force of old 2's vine, and then jumped down from the roof. When the others saw that only one person came down, they immediately looked at old 2. Old 2's face became gloomy, and asked old 8, "Old 8, did you see anything?" Old 8 slightly calmed down, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "I saw it, although it was only a flash. But I still saw the back of a human, a person in camouflage clothes. Moreover, he was bald, so it should be a man." At this time, another 5 or 6 blood vines jumped out from old 2's hand, entangling everyone except old 8. Lin Xiao looked at old 2 in surprise. He turned out to be a plant ability user. Moreover, this blood vine looked faintly dangerous. No wonder this person's perception was very sharp, and it seemed that the perception of plant ability users was very keen. Old 2 said, "Are you sure it was a person? Not a zombie?" Old 8 shook his head, "I only saw a back, and it was not even a second. I don't know if it was a zombie or a person." Chapter 286. Lin Xiao looked at the 6 robbers who were tied together by the blood vines, and her expression became cold. This older felt that she had tied everyone together. Couldn't she just kill them one by one? She couldn't, but she could bring them all into the space. And there was still Little Man. Little Man was her final trump card. At this moment, a series of roars came from outside the door. A large number of zombies began to appear slowly, and then they moved over here. Lin Xiao stood beside old She didn't know if it was because he was too cautious, or if his level of superpower was too high. She just couldn't hear what he was thinking. She looked at these people, and then flashed into the space. "Little Man, come out." She stood by the lake and called Little Man. This time, Little Man quickly came out with a few vines, and then came over. She quickly wrapped them around her wrist. Mama, you miss me tilde. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Was this guy acting like a spoiled child? She said, "Yes. I miss you. Come, let's discuss. I'll bring some bad guys in later. Can you help me kill them?" Little Man said strangely, "Huh? Mama, you've just killed a few tilde and you haven't killed them all tilde. Lin Xiao said, "Yes, I'm afraid that the people I brought in are too powerful, and I can't beat them." Little Man immediately became excited, and shook the vines in the center of the lake and said, "Mama, don't be afraid tilde. As long as you bring them in tilde. Little Man can directly absorb the energy of level 7 or below tilde. Little Man is very powerful now tilde. Lin Xiao looked at her with a bit of surprise, and said, "Level 7? Little Man, can you kill a rank 7 meta-human? Even zombies?" Little Man said, "No tilde. If it's a human level 7, as long as they enter here, Little Man can kill them tilde. But if it's a zombie, I can't tilde. Zombie level 7 and human level 7 aren't the same level tilde. Lin Xiao nodded. She pondered whether she could pull the bespectacled boss into the group. While thinking, Lin Xiao said to Little Man, Alright, little man, I'll bring some people in later. Although there aren't any level 7 humans, there are 2 level 6 humans. Leave the bald one for me. Don't absorb his energy. She was afraid that little man would suck the bald man dry like how she sucked Yang Cheng. If not even a crystal core was left behind, then her second small space would be gone. Little man replied, okay, tilde. Lin Xiao said to her, okay, I'm going out now. Just you wait. After saying that, she turned around and flashed out of the space. The robbers outside looked at the door, and the boss pushed up his glasses. He opened his mouth and said, "He's coming." Outside the door, a large number of zombies appeared out of nowhere, and they were roaring and running toward this side. This area used to be a villa area, and the location was a little remote. Basically, the population wasn't very dense, so there shouldn't be so many zombies appearing. The boss had already guessed that there must be a high-level zombie leading a group of zombies, and it was probably a level 6 zombie king. He opened his mouth and said, "It seems that the space-type one should be a level 6 zombie king. It's quietly capturing our people one by one, and it's also gathering zombies from afar." Second brother said, "Boss, I can't sense its existence." His tone was a bit gloomy. He had always been an expert in sensing, but he didn't expect that there was a zombie that could appear and disappear around him, and he couldn't sense it at all. This was simply a slap to his face. The boss looked at him, and his expression also sank. He said, "Everyone pay attention. If it wants to cut second brother's blood vines and capture people, it will definitely take some time. This time is enough for you to fight back." "Yes." "Understood." The others were tense, and were on guard. Lin Xiao slightly moved toward the boss, but when she was about a meter away from the boss. When she was about to raise her hand, the boss suddenly turned his head and looked at her position. She saw a flash of light under the opponent's glasses, and immediately thought that it was bad, and quickly withdrew her hand, and then quickly moved back. Then she saw the opponent suddenly quickly swing his hand, and a large number of sharp metal blades were thrown in her original position. Puff puff puff, hundreds of 2-finger-wide and 1-finger-long metal blades covered Lin Xiao's previous position, and then shot to the ground. If Lin Xiao hadn't retreated quickly, she would have been hit by at least 20 blades. Although she was invisible, she wasn't air. Because she couldn't go through walls, and she couldn't touch others. If there was a touch, others would still feel it. Looking at hundreds of metal blades stabbing into the empty ground, the boss's face was gloomy. Just now, he really felt something in this direction, and it wasn't far from him. Lin Xiao calmly stood on the other side, and looked at him. She already knew the range of a level 7 psychic's perception of her invisible state. Couldn't he get within a meter? Then she wouldn't be able to take him into the space when he wasn't paying attention. It was impossible to fight him, and she could deal with a level 6 psychic. A level 7 psychic was just looking for a beating. Lin Xiao turned to look at the others, and saw that because of the boss's movements, they were closely staring at the half-buried blades on the ground. Then she bypassed the others, and walked towards the Baldai. Lin Xiao stood in front of the Baldai, and watched him look around nervously. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curled up, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Then she raised her hand, and suddenly clasped all three's bald head. Then, she suddenly thought of something. "Everyone go in." Thus, the boss only felt his vision blur. Everyone on the scene, except for himself, suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. And the people who entered the space didn't have the time to react. Immediately, little man, who was guarding by the lake, stretched out countless vines, and tied them up one by one. This. Where is this? Move. I can't move. What is this place? Ability. Ability can't be used. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and the environment changed. The robbers immediately fell into chaos. And the vines of all second were slowly falling off from their bodies, and his expression was a little panicked. Looking around, he wanted to control his ability, and at the same time, he wanted to pull away the jade-white vines that entangled his body. Moreover, apart from seeing that they were by a lake, the white vines on their bodies came from the lake. All second didn't know anything else. But in any case, he was still the vice-captain, so he quickly calmed down. After observing the environment, he quickly found out. Apart from the fact that his ability couldn't be used, the vines in the water tightly entangled their bodies, but didn't drag them into the lake. And the white vines didn't have any strange thorns, which meant that they didn't pierce the skin. The possibility of being temporarily poisoned was lower. Chapter 287. Lin Xiao stood behind the baldy and didn't move, quietly watching these people. Because she was shorter than the baldy, no one saw her for a few seconds, but she was soon discovered by the robbers. You. What are you? No. She's not a human. Look at her eyes, there's no white in them. She's a zombie. She's Laro. She must be the space-type zombie king that the boss mentioned. After looking at Lin Xiao, some of them still had guns in their hands, but they didn't see the people who were tied up by Little Man. They immediately raised their guns and shot at Lin Xiao. 222 Lin Xiao just dodged and suddenly made a feint, dodging the bullets that were shot at her by 3 people. Then she shouted at Little Man, do it. Then these people immediately felt that the vines wrapped around their bodies suddenly tightened. The strength of the strangulation was almost breaking their bones. What made them even more dumbfounded was what they had just heard. The zombie had just spoken, and it was giving orders. That was all they had time to think as they were strangled by the sudden strangling of their breath. Isn't this a fucking zombie? Why can it speak? But soon they didn't have the mind to think about why the zombie could speak. That was because the vines were tightly wrapped around their entire bodies, from their feet to their necks. Other than their heads, their entire bodies were tightly wrapped, causing them so much pain that they couldn't pry open the vines. They couldn't breathe, and their entire internal organs felt like they were about to be squeezed out. Except for Laro and Laro-san, the others all screamed with a hideous face. Their faces were red and bloodshot, their eyes were bulging, and the blue veins on their forehead were all floating. Laro and Laro-san were also in great pain, but their degree was lighter than the others. Because even though they couldn't use their abilities, they could still protect their bodies from harm. So these 2 people just held their faces until they were red, and didn't have any other reaction. Of course, they couldn't move. At this time, Little Man's vines suddenly stretched out from everyone's body, raising high above their heads. The 2 originally cute little leaves suddenly hugged together, and then the tip of the leaf suddenly twisted slightly. It twisted into a sharp cone made of leaves and slowly moved towards the temples of everyone except the baldy. Just as these people were still struggling and twisting, he quietly snuck in. A few shrill screams rang out, and the sounds were filled with extreme pain. Second brother and third brother were startled by the shrill screams. They widened their eyes and turned to look at them, just in time to see the leaves at the tips of the vines drilling into their temples. Both of their expressions changed as they watched in panic as their companions screamed with bulging eyes and distorted faces. Then, the white vines drilled into their right temples, and they quickly stopped screaming. However, the expression on his face remained unchanged. After a while, the tip of the vine was pulled out again. There was a small section of red blood on it. Second brother suddenly turned his head to look at his temples, and sure enough, he saw a similar vine pointing at the side of his head. He immediately shook his head in horror. No. I don't want to die. No, but soon, little vines sharp all pierced into his temple. At this time, Lin Xiao had already extended her claws towards third brother's big bald head, and 5 sharp nails pierced into second brother's scalp. She said indifferently, "You have been eating people all this time. Have you ever thought that one day you would also end up like this?" Third brother wanted to turn his head in horror, but his body couldn't move. When he turned his head, he could only see a silhouette. Then, he felt something sharp poking into his head. No, wait a minute, mercy. Let me go, please don't kill me. Just as he was begging for mercy, Lin Xiao impatiently tightened her fingers. She immediately pierced her fingers into his skull. Catcher, a crisp sound rang out, and old third stopped crying for his parents. Lin Xiao dug into his head and pulled out the crystal nucleus of the level 6 space. Then she held it in her palm. The crystal core quickly turned into a scorching warm current in her palm, then surged violently into her palm, along her arm, and into her body. She turned her head to look at the others, and found that it was already quiet. Little Man lifted all the corpses high and carried them towards the forest. Looking at the shrunken corpses, Lin Xiao said to Little Man, "Little Man, just put the corpses together. You don't have to put them together." Little Man piled up the corpses with the previous 4 people, and then retreated back into the lake. Lin Xiao walked to those corpses, picked up second brother and third brother, and then flashed out of the space. Puff, puff, 2 sounds of bodies falling to the ground were heard. Lin Xiao clapped her hands. Then with a slight flash, she dodged the many sharp metal weapons thrown by the boss. The boss looked at the motionless second brother and the smashed third brother on the ground. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, and his ruthless eyes stared at her through the glasses. Lin Xiao looked at the door, and found that the door and the surrounding wall were all piled up by a layer of metal objects that were more than 3 meters high. The ordinary zombies outside were squeezed outside the wall and couldn't get in. They were roaring and trying to climb up. And the boss, after seeing second brother and third brother's corpses, knew that the others were more likely to die. He stared at Lin Xiao's eyes, and Lin Xiao also calmly looked back at him. 1 person and 1 corpse didn't move, and their ears were full of the noisy zombies' roars outside the wall. At this moment, the boss's eyes suddenly moved slightly, and he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the air towards Lin Xiao. Countless metal objects immediately flew to Lin Xiao's head, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned into sharp cones, forming a round cover on Lin Xiao's head, and very quickly shot towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao just flashed and entered the space. When she closed her eyes and looked outside, she found that the boss's figure was already gone. She walked to the pile of corpses, and with 2 of them, she flashed out again. Then she went into the villa to look for a rope, but she couldn't find it. She had no choice but to tear down the curtain, and then tore it into strips, and took them into the space. After entering the space, she used the curtain to tie the remaining corpses together. Then she dragged a pile of corpses out of the space. In addition to the few that Little Man absorbed, there was also the bald third brother. Lin Xiao didn't take out the crystal cores from the first few that she killed. So after coming out of the space, she dug out the 4 crystal cores from the 4 skulls. Chapter 288. Lin Xiao knew why the boss slipped away. It was because Qiu Lily's powerful aura had spread from afar. It wasn't just the boss who sensed it and left in fear. Even the group of zombies outside the wall suddenly quieted down, and then they all stood outside the door blankly and did not move. At this moment, a figure flashed and the old man landed next to Lin Xiao. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the pile of dead people on the ground with an unreadable expression. Lin Xiao looked at him and said, "These people can be killed. If you want to eat, there are still 5 that can be eaten." As she said that, she pointed to the few she had killed and said. However, the old man suddenly showed a disgusted expression and shook his head. Lin Xiao looked at him strangely and asked curiously, "You don't want to eat?" "Why?" the old man said. Lin Xiao was speechless. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Would a zombie be disgusted by the appearance of a human? She silently turned her head and walked towards the 3 captives in the corner. Then she squatted beside the 2 boys. She took out a cup of water and opened the 2 boys' faces. Then she opened their mouths and poured the water in. After pouring 3 cups of water for each of them, she looked up at the woman. The woman was secretly looking up at her, but when Lin Xiao suddenly raised her head, the woman's eyes met hers. When they looked at each other, she saw a pair of black eyes without any white. "Ah!" The woman was startled. She screamed and moved back. She had already woken up when she heard the commotion outside. She thought that the person who saved her had come, so she waited with surprise and joy. However, not long after, she saw someone come in and pull the curtain. Then he disappeared. She had never seen this bald man before and he wasn't in her team. So the woman didn't dare to make a sound. She quietly watched Lin Xiao pull the curtain and then disappeared. Because of the angle, the woman didn't see Lin Xiao's eyes. Now, she saw Lin Xiao coming in to feed her 2 half-dead companions water, although she didn't know what kind of water it was. She didn't know what water it was, but she didn't expect to see a pair of zombie eyes when she looked up. Lin Xiao only glanced at her, then stood up, turned around, and walked out. She saw the old man still standing beside the corpses and looking at something. She asked, "You've been looking at it for a long time. Are you really not going to eat it?" The old man looked up at her. "Raw." Lin Xiao said, "Then what are you looking at?" "Old man, raw, I'm smelling." Lin Xiao, "Old man, do you think you're a ghost? You're full just by smelling it." She said, "Let's go back." Then, with a kick, he leaped over the wall. The old man glanced back at the house, then leapt off as well. After an hour of silence, a group of people found this place in a sorry state. When they finally passed through the zombies outside and came to the vicinity, then carefully touched here. He thought that he would be facing a group of vicious robbers, but when he got closer, he found that the group of people did not move. When they finally confirmed that there was no danger, they quietly sneaked in. As soon as they climbed over the wall, they saw a pile of Lin Xiao's body in the front yard. It wasn't scary to see a corpse at this time, but it was scary to see a living person. Then, after they went in, they saw the corpses and recognized that they were all robbers. Other than the bandit leader, everyone else was here. What's going on? They're all dead. There's no body of the bandit leader. These people look a bit strange. Why does it seem that the blood in their bodies has been sucked dry? Look at these few. Their heads were either crushed or had their shells cut off. After they checked, they found that there were no traces of zombies biting or tearing on these bodies. Did someone kill them? It's possible. Other than the head injuries, the heart is not missing, and the brains in the brain are not eaten. It seems that it was not done by high-level zombies. But these two are level 6 paranormals. Who is so powerful that they could be killed so easily? At this time, the people who went into the house to check suddenly ran out and shouted to the people outside, "Come in." Everyone immediately turned around and entered the house, only to see 3 people in the corner. The woman was still tightly huddled in the corner, hugging her legs. At this time, she just happened to look up at them. The 2 young boys beside her were still in the position when Lin Xiao left. Everyone immediately went forward to help the woman and the 2 young boys up, all concerned about their situation. At one glance, they couldn't wait to go out and kill those corpses again. They didn't dare to ask about the woman's situation. Looking at the woman's dull eyes, they were afraid that asking would irritate her. Anyway, they had found the people, and they were alive. The woman didn't say anything. After Lin Xiao returned to the small hotel with the old man, Zhou Lily appeared beside her. She asked in a clear voice, "How is it?" "Those people ran away." Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "One ran away, I killed the rest." Zhou Lily pouted and said unhappily, "Bandits are the most annoying in the apocalypse, even more annoying than zombies. They eat people. And they're cunning." Lin Xiao patted her small shoulder and said, "If you meet them in the future, just stay away from them." While saying that, she walked towards Lin Feng's room. Zhou Lily saw that she was in a hurry and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao said, "We may have to leave here first. I'll go find Lin Feng and explain the situation." Zhou Lily nodded and said, "Oh." Then, she followed behind her without much interest. Lin Xiao walked to Lin Feng's door and asked Wei Jingchen, who was standing at the door, "Is Lin Feng inside?" Wei Jingchen nodded, then turned around and knocked on the door before opening it, shouting, "Captain, Miss Liu is here." Lin Feng's voice came from inside the room, "Let her in." Wei Jingchen opened the door and turned to the side, then gestured to Lin Xiao to go in. Lin Xiao brought Zhou Lily in and saw Lin Feng, Mrs. Lin, Li Zhang, and Lei Yarrow sitting around the coffee table with a map on the coffee table. Seeing Lin Xiao come in, Lin Feng said without looking up, Come, we're looking at the route from here to the upper city. There are many gas stations along the way. We need to find gas." Lin Xiao walked to their side and looked at their map, then said, "There's no need to look at it now, I think we need to change our route. Let's go to High City to find Yuan Tianxing first." When everyone heard her words, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked up at her in confusion. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Chapter 289. Hearing that Lin Xiao had killed a group of people, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious as they looked at her in confusion. Please take a seat. Lin Hao, who was at the side, stood up and gave the chair to her. He sat down on the windowsill. After Lin Xiao sat down, he looked at everyone and said, "Just now, 2 groups of people came from a place 3 kilometers to the east. The first group was the bandits. Of the 12, I've already killed 11. Except for the leader who ran away, the others are all dead." Bandits. Hearing the words bandits, everyone was shocked. Are you talking about those man-eating bandits? Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. He didn't ignore what Lin Xiao said about another leader running away. These bandits of the apocalypse were very vengeful. As long as one escaped, they would be killed. He would definitely come back here and think of a way to take revenge. Moreover, their methods of doing things had always been extremely cruel and devoid of humanity. Otherwise, why would they eat people? Therefore, if you provoked one or a group of robbers, it was best not to leave the base for a year or 2. Otherwise, if he went out, he would definitely come looking for revenge. Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "What's their arcana rank? Where's the leader?" Lin Xiao said, "The lowest is level 4, and the highest leader is level 7. Level 7? You can even beat away a level 7? What level are you at now?" When he heard that the leader of the bandits was a level 7 superpower, he was on the same level as the leader of the base. The main point was that the other party had escaped. Was he beaten away? Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "I'm not that powerful. At most, I can only deal with level 6 and below. The level 7 ones were scared away by Li Li. Oh, you might not know. Lily has already broken through to the 7th rank. Everyone." Mrs. Lin looks at Lin Xiao blankly. Wait a minute, Miss Lu. Are you saying that Lily is now a level 7 zombie?" Lin Xiao looked at her and said with a smile, "Auntie, I told you. You can just call me Xiao Yu, or are you, too? You guys always call me Miss Lu, it feels so distant." Mrs. Lin pauses for a second and then smiles, "Oh, Feather. I'm used to calling you Miss Lu. I can't change my way of speaking." Lin Xiao smiled. Li Zheng, who was at the side, asked with a shocked expression, "Li Li is now a 2nd-grade king warrior?" Lin Xiao turned to look at him and nodded. "Yes. Li Li is now a 2nd-rank king." At this moment, Lin Feng said, "Fuck, we let the level 7 bandit leader escape. That will bring us dangerous trouble later on." Lin Xiao waved his finger at him and said, "Not necessarily. At least he doesn't know that I'm with you. Even if there's trouble, it's only us." Lin Feng looked at her. He wanted to say something but didn't. But his expression was a little worried. Mrs. Lin says, "We have Lily, don't we? We're not afraid of them coming over." Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Feng and knew what he was worried about. Lin Luoran says to her mother, "Aunt Lin, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. We are not afraid of him in terms of strength, but we are afraid that he will use underhanded means. Lily is only one person. Everyone will be safe by her side, but there's no guarantee that no one will leave her." Mrs. Lin suddenly thought of this situation and nodded. "You're right." Lin Xiao continued, "And there's something else. These bandits have a secret relationship with one of the leaders in High City. They are now preparing to deal with Wu Chengyu in High City. Apart from Wu Chengyu, they also want to deal with Yuan Tianxing in High City. So, even if I don't kill these bandits now, they will come to us themselves." After she finished speaking, everyone looked at her in surprise. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, "How is it related to Tianxing?" The 3 leaders in High City, besides Wu Chengyu, are Yang Chao and Zhu Shahui. It's public that Yang Chao and Wu Chengyu don't get along, but what does it have to do with Tianxing? Is it because Tianxing wants to cooperate with Wu Chengyu? Lin Xiao looked at him and nodded. Yes, that's one of the reasons. He even hooked up with the #1 goddess in High City. That's why people are jealous. This man asked him to do business, but he went to hook up with a beauty. Lin Xiao said this sentence in his heart. Then these bandits are Lin Feng looked at her and asked. Lin Xiao said, "These bandits are quite strong. Yang Chao probably wants to use his strength to secretly kill Wu Chengyu without him having to do anything. As for the benefits he promised to the bandits, I don't know if they will go back on their word later. But if it were me, I definitely wouldn't let these bandits enter the base. Because smart people wouldn't bring another person into the base after getting rid of an enemy. Moreover, this bandit's strength was at the same level as his." Lin Feng nodded and felt that Lin Xiao was right. Li Zheng then asked, "So you said that we have to change our route. Are we going to look for the deputy leader first?" Lin Xiao nodded at everyone and said, "Yes, we'll go directly to High City and increase our recruitment efforts. Once we recruit people, we'll quickly build our own base. Only by building our own castle will we be able to resist, let alone a level 7 expert. Even if it's a level 8 expert, we have the power to resist." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I agree." Of course, the others didn't have any objections. "When are we leaving?" Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Feng and then at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Feng also looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood up and said, "Let's go now. Everyone pack up and get ready to leave." Lin Feng nodded and agreed, "Okay, everyone pack up and get ready to leave." Lin Xiao turned around and walked out of the room to Liu Jun's room. She said to Liu Jun and Xie Dong, "Get ready to leave. Pack up whatever you want to take with you." Liu Jun and Xie Dong looked at her in surprise and asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly leaving? Did something happen? Is it related to Lily's breath just now?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "We've changed our original plan of waiting for Yuan Tianqing here. We're going to High City to find him first. Then we'll go to the upper city together and start building the base." "Huh? Why?" Liu Jun asked with Tong Tong in her arms. "He might run into trouble on the way, so it's better for us to meet up with them first." Lin Xiao stood at the door and watched as she handed Tong Tong to her. "Trouble? What trouble?" Liu Jun stuffed Tong Tong into Lin Xiao's arms and looked at her in confusion. Lin Xiao held Tong Tong and used one arm to support his buttocks. Then she said to Liu Jun, "Someone is watching him. I think they want to make a move after they leave High City." Chapter 290. Lin Xiao tilted her head slightly and looked up at Tong Tong, who was touching her head. She asked, "Is it fun?" Tong Tong was already used to Lin Xiao's hoarse and unpleasant voice. Hearing her question, she stopped, but her hand didn't leave Lin Xiao's head. "It's fun." Tong Tong looked at Qiu Lily's long black ponytail. In fact, he also wanted to touch it, but that sister wouldn't let him. Liu Jun packed up Tong Tong's things and put them next to Lin Xiao. Then he raised his hand and carried Tong Tong. "Let's go." Lin Xiao bent down to put the things into the space, then put Liu Jun and Tong Tong into the space. Then she turned around and walked out of the room with Xie Dong. In fact, these zombies didn't carry many things with them. Only Tong Tong had more things, and most of them were in Lin Xiao's space. After coming out of the room, Lin Xiao let the others go downstairs first. She released one of Yang Jianhua's cars, then let Lin Feng and the others drive it first, while she ran to the rooftop to collect the 5 zombie leaders. "You guys hold this rope together." Lin Xiao found a hemp rope and let the 5 zombies hold it together. Then she took all of them into the space. Now in Lin Xiao's space, next to the previous small space. Indeed, as she had imagined, another space had appeared. And it was 3 times bigger than the previous small space. When the paranormal in the first space was killed by Lin Xiao, his space ability was only at level 3. The area of the other party's space was only as wide as a small room. And now the bald robber's space was very big. It was almost more than 200 square meters. At this time, Lin Xiao had already let the 2 zombies drag a bucket of water to the first space. Then Lin Xiao and the other 5 zombies stood at the entrance of the second space. She pointed inside and said, "You guys go in and stay there. Don't run out, and don't run to the lake. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you run there and get eaten, don't call me to save you." Then she looked at the lake. However, her warning was actually superfluous, because the other 5 had shrunk into the small space. Then, they all looked at the lake nervously. Even the old man slowly moved behind the other zombies. As soon as they entered, they sensed a powerful aura pressing down on them from the other side of the lake. She was even scarier than Cho Lily. Cho Lily's aura was still restrained, but Little Man's aura was not restrained at all. As if sensing a strange aura coming in, Little Man directly emerged from the lake and waved a few vines. Seeing the branches of the small vine, the 5 zombies immediately jumped into the second subspace. Then he hid behind the door and stuck out a few zombie heads to look at the lake. Lin Xiao looked at these level 5 zombies as if they were scared puppies. Then he turned his head and said to Young Man, "Okay, young man, it's enough to get to know the newcomer. Don't scare me." Then Little Man put the branches back into the water, and her breath was slightly restrained. The 5 zombie leaders finally calmed down. She looked at Liu Jun and saw Liu Jun put Tong Tong on the bed. Then she began to clean up the space. After that, she would probably clean up the strawberry and vegetable fields. Lin Xiao turned around and went out of the space. Then she stepped on the poles, buildings, trees, and other tall objects to jump in the direction where Lin Feng and the others left. After a while, she caught up with their tank. When he landed on the roof of the car, there were already 2 people occupying the roof. Cho Lily stood in the front of the car, facing the wind, her 2 long black hair flying with the wind. Long Qingying sat cross-legged at the back of the car, her black ponytail also flying in the wind. Lin Xiao fell between the 2 of them, and looked back and forth. Then he sat cross-legged like Long Qingying. So on top of an armored tank, 3 women stayed on it. Lin Xiao put on the hat and sunglasses again. Because of Lin Xiao and Cho Lily, even if they restrained their breath. But the strong sense of oppression made the surrounding ordinary zombies retreat. After the car bypassed the abandoned cars and other obstacles on the road, it drove for a few kilometers. Suddenly, someone stopped them. Lin Xiao looked at the more than 20 people blocking the road. In fact, he had already expected it. This was the second group of people who had chased after the robbers. Moreover, the 3 captives were also here. The drivers were Li Zhang and Lei Yao. After the car stopped, Lin Feng and Li Zhang got out of the car and stood next to the front. They looked at the group of people in front of them, but did not say anything. The strongest among the group of people on the other side were only 2 level 6 arcanists, but they did not seem to be in good shape. They looked haggard, and their bodies were in a mess. Apart from the beautiful woman that Lin Xiao had seen before, there were 3 other young women. But their looks were very ordinary, but fortunately, they had a good figure and were young. 2 rank 6 metahumans from the other side stepped forward, standing 6 meters away from Lin Feng and the rest. "We mean no harm, please don't worry. We just want to make a deal with you, but we don't know if you are willing," the 2 rank 6 paranormals said. Those 2 should be the captains of the group. "I am Chen Yuting, the captain of the Wind Court hunting team." A man in his 30s introduced himself. Then he pointed to the man beside him and said, "This is the other captain of our team, Lu Changfeng." Lin Feng looked at them expressionlessly and asked, "What do you want to trade for?" Lu Yuting said, "Weapons and food. We have a large number of rank 4 zombie cores and a small number of rank 5 zombie cores, as well as water." Their original plan was not to hunt in Hangzhou's border city, but they did not expect to encounter the bandits. The most important person in their team was captured, so they chased after them. So they used up 90% of their bullets and guns, as well as all their food. Lin Feng calmly refused, "We don't need water and zombie cores, and we don't have many weapons." Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at each other in surprise. Then they looked at Lin Feng and the others. They thought that Lin Feng and the others would be willing to trade with them. Because they had said that they had water, food, and weapons, these 3 were the things that could be used up the most, but they were also the things that they lacked the most. Especially water, they would die without it. You don't want water?" At this time, a young man behind Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng suddenly said. But his tone was a little anxious. Chapter 291. Lin Feng calmly looked at them and said, "We don't lack water here, nor do we need corpse cores. So, please step aside." But the young man's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but the moment he said it. However, Chen Yuting raised his hand and stopped him. Lu Yuting stopped the young man from speaking, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "All right then, I'm sorry to disturb you." With that, he stood to the side, slightly lowered his head and said, "Make way." The first to move was Lu Changfeng, but the others weren't willing to move. Lu Changfeng looked at them and said, "Make way. Captain Lu." Everyone looked at the two of them, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chen Yuting looked at his men with a cold face and said, "I order you to make way." "What are you doing? Do you want to be killed by a car?" Only then did Da Kong slowly move to the sides of the road. Outside the base, sometimes he was forced by the situation. Hunting teams would often work together temporarily or make deals with each other. So when they found the three people who were taken away by the robbers, they found that there was not enough food and weapons. Just as he was worrying, he heard the sound of a car. Therefore, they knew that another hunting team must have passed by. That's why he wanted to take the risk of being attacked by the zombies and rush to the road to stop the car. But he didn't expect that there would be so many zombies in the vicinity before he heard the sound of the car. But as the car slowly approached, the surrounding zombies gradually retreated for some unknown reason. Lin Feng turned to look at Lin Xiao, who was on the roof of the car. Qiu Lily had already smelled the scent of strangers from afar, so she disappeared before the group of people appeared. So now, only Lin Xiao, who was wearing a hat and sunglasses, and Long Qingying, who was facing away from the front of the car, were on the roof. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Feng without saying a word. Seeing Lin Xiao's attitude, Lin Feng felt that she would not exchange anything with these people. So he turned around and got into the car. Li Zhang followed Lin Feng into the car. Then, Chen Yuting and the others watched unwillingly as Lin Feng drove the car over. Just as Lin Feng's car was about to pass them, a woman suddenly rushed out from the side. Then, he ran to the front of the car and stopped it again. Lu Ting. When they saw the woman's actions, Chen Yuting, Lu Changfeng, and the others were shocked, and their expressions turned grim as they cried out involuntarily at the same time. The woman who was taken away by the robbers was Lu Ting. She rushed to the front of Lin Feng's car. Fortunately, the car wasn't driving very fast. The car came to a sudden stop in front of her. Lin Feng and Li Zhang got out of the car impatiently. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Lu Ting shook her head and walked to Lin Feng from the front of the car. She raised her charming face and looked at him with a hint of temptation in her eyes. "What do you want in exchange for food and weapons? As long as you give me food, I'll do anything. Even if it's that, it's fine." Lu Ting's expression didn't change much. However, there was a hint of unnaturalness in his eyes. However, for the sake of food, she forced herself to speak. As long as it was a man, he would understand what she meant. She would have to use her body in exchange. This kind of flesh trade was common in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether it was inside or outside the base, this kind of situation would occur. Lin Feng looked at her and shook his head. "Sorry, my wife and child are in the car." His meaning was obvious. He rejected her face to face. He also hinted that she shouldn't teach children bad things. Lu Ting's face flashed with embarrassment. She didn't expect that her beauty wouldn't work. In the past, it was very effective every time. However, she quickly adjusted her expression and said with a smile, "Then I'm sorry. But you really can't exchange with us. I can also serve other people." As she spoke, she looked at Li Zhang and then looked at the car. Finally, she looked up at Lin Xiao. Because Lin Xiao had been sitting with his upper body leaning forward, his elbows on both sides of his knees, and his fingers were crossed and clasped at his chin. He was looking at the woman's actions with interest. Because her upper body was leaning forward, and her clothes were loose, it was hard to see the situation in front of her chest. In addition, she was wearing a hat and sunglasses on her face, and no hair could be seen at the edge of the hat. No matter how you looked at it, it was the appearance of a man. Lu Ting's last look was to seduce Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at this woman with amusement. The decadent and desperate look he saw on the robbers was all gone. Now she was very bold to use her beauty on the road. Lin Feng and Li Zheng also saw the woman's last look, and then they both looked back at Lin Xiao with unfathomable eyes. Lin Xiao looked at the woman, and then turned to look at Chen Yuting's group. He found that they all looked very conflicted. One side seemed to disagree with Lu Ting's actions, especially Lu Changfeng. The other side seemed to hope that Lu Ting could succeed. They didn't have a car. Even if they walked back to High City, it was more than 300 kilometers away. Even if they sped up, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. And in these 7 or 8 days, they would encounter dangerous obstacles such as zombies. Without food and weapons, they wouldn't be able to walk back to High City just by drinking water. So, in order to return to High City alive, at this time, they could only pray that the people in the car were willing to exchange food or weapons with them. They could see that the car was so well made and domineering. The people in the car must have abundant food and weapons. Seeing that Lin Feng and Lin Xiao didn't respond to her, Lu Ting became anxious. She looked at Lin Feng anxiously, and her eyes became slightly red. With a helpless look on his face, he begged them, "I beg you, please help us. We can do whatever you want us to do. Just give us food and weapons." Lin Feng and Li Zheng saw that this woman was ready to use her best move, and looked at Lin Xiao helplessly. When the woman was being unreasonable, they couldn't do anything. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up. Because she was standing on the roof of the car, Chen Yuting, Lu Changfeng, and the others could clearly see that she was a woman. She couldn't help it, her breasts were too big. Lin Xiao nimbly jumped down from the roof, and then walked in front of Lu Ting, who was stunned. She reached out her hand and gently hooked her chin. She faintly opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you willing to do anything?" Lu Ting immediately came back to her senses, but her expression was a little unnatural. She still nodded calmly and looked at Lin Xiao with determination. "That's right, as long as you don't want my life. I'm willing to do anything." Although she was forcing herself to say it, her chin already had a layer of goosebumps from Lin Xiao's touch. She didn't mind doing it with men, but if it was with women, Lu Ting wasn't a lesbian, this was something she couldn't get over. Chapter 292. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ting with a faint smile and didn't say a word. After 4 or 5 seconds, Lu Ting almost couldn't take it anymore. He then released her chin and said to her, "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in women. I'm not a lesbian either." Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lin Xiao, "What do you want us to do?" She could tell that Lin Xiao's attitude wasn't as firm as the two men. She also noticed that when the two men made their decision, they turned around to look at the woman in sunglasses. No matter what, as long as the other party was willing to give them food and weapons, it would be fine. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ting. This woman's observation was quite sharp. She turned to look at Chen Yuting and the others, then walked over. "If you really want to trade with us, I have a job here that requires manpower. I just don't know if you guys are willing," Lin Xiao said as she looked at Chen Yuting and the others. What she meant was that she needed men, not women. Chen Yuting and the others also understood what she meant and immediately asked in surprise, "What job?" "As long as we can do it, we will do it," Lin Xiao said. "Well, a construction worker." "Construction workers?" Hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the people on the other side were all stunned. They almost thought they had heard wrong. But Lu Changfeng quickly reacted and asked, "May I ask what it is to build? Where is the location? How long will it take? How much do we stand to gain?" Hearing Lu Changfeng's question, the others nodded in agreement and asked, "Yes, you're talking about construction workers. What were they planning to build?" "A house," Lin Xiao said. "Build a wall. If there were no accidents, it would take about 6 months to a year. Of course, I won't force you. The benefits are rice and flour. I'll give them to you on a daily basis. As for the location, I can't tell you for now. But I promise it's a safe place. What do you think?" Everyone had different reactions when they heard Lin Xiao's words. Lu Yuting and the others did not expect such a good thing to happen. There was actually such a job for them. In a safe place, as long as you help build the walls, you can get rice and flour. One had to know that rice and flour were very precious food nowadays. In the base, only those who had the ability could get a little. Lin Feng and Li Zhang looked at each other without saying a word. They didn't plan to recruit these people along the way because they didn't know their information. Moreover, they had to go to Sea City first and then return to the upper city of Hangzhou. If he were to recruit people along the way and they were all strangers, it would be troublesome if something happened. He just didn't expect Lin Xiao to make such a request at this time. Are you telling the truth? How can we trust you? Lu Ting suddenly asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned around and shrugged at her, saying, believe it or not, it doesn't matter to me. In any case, I'm not the one begging you now. Please understand your current attitude. And even if you don't come, we will continue to find other people. Besides, we're going to see City Base now. If you're willing to cooperate, I can send you back to the base for free. With that, Lin Xiao didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked to the car. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. We won't wait after 3 minutes. As she spoke, she jumped onto the roof of the car and sat cross-legged on it. Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng looked at each other, then turned to look at the others. What do you guys think? Although it's not very trustworthy, we don't have any better choice now. Lu Changfeng asked everyone. I'll go. We have no weapons and no food now. We can't last more than a few days even if we force ourselves. And this place is too far from Sea City. If we don't starve to death, we will be eaten by zombies. Yes, I'll go too. I'm willing to believe what she said is true. But, what if she's lying to us? Although they don't look like robbers, we can't guarantee that it's not a possibility. And, that woman didn't say where the location is. What if we're taken to a dangerous place? What if we can't come back in the end? But, we don't have anything good to gain. Does she need to lie to us? I don't think she needs to. Maybe she really needs manpower. She just said to build a wall. Is she going to build a small base there? Build a small base? With just these people? I still can't believe it. I don't care about anything else. I just don't starve to death. I'll do anything. I still have to support my mother. Isn't wealth found in danger? If we don't take risks, how do we know whether there are treasures or not? Yes, we all need food. Even we can earn food by ourselves. But the most important thing now is to return to the base alive, isn't it? I agree. Looking at everyone's opinions, most of them could only take the risk to believe Lin Xiao's words. Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng looked at each other, then made up their minds and nodded. They turned around and walked a few steps towards Lin Xiao. They looked up at her and said, we agree to cooperate as long as we can return to Sea City safely. We are willing to help you build the wall for free for a month. Lin Xiao clapped her hands and then nodded. She said, okay. If you guys agree, then we'll go to Sea City first. I'll tell you the next step. Saying that, she suddenly waved her hand. Bang! Suddenly, a green steel chariot the size of a small bus appeared out of thin air. Then, it fell heavily to the side, creating a cloud of dust. When they saw this chariot that was the same as the one Lin Xiao was riding, Chen Yuting and the others were stunned. They stared at the chariot closely, then turned to look at Lin Xiao in disbelief. I'll lend this car to you for now. Remember to return it to me when we return to Sea City, Lin Xiao said to them lightly. Really? Chen Yuting looked at Lin Xiao with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xiao just looked at him with a faint smile. Lin Feng and Li Zhang turned around and got into the car together. Then, the car under Lin Xiao started and drove away. Seeing Lin Xiao's car drive away, Chen Yuting and the others could not help but immediately rush to the second car. Hurry, get in the car first. It's true, that's great. They opened the car door and all got in. Now, regardless of whether what Lin Xiao said was true or not, at least with this car, they could return to the base safely. Then, the credibility of Lin Xiao's words immediately increased by 50%. What's more, He didn't expect the woman who looked like a domineering general to be a spatial ability user. In their hearts, space ability users were the weakest type of people. Although Lin Xiao looked very imposing. Chapter 293. The two cars drove for a few hours before stopping at a roadside gas station. Lin Feng and Lin Xiao stood in an open space, opened the map in their hands, pointed to a point and said to Lin Xiao, "We should be able to get to this town before nightfall and spend the night here. We'll leave early tomorrow morning and arrive at Haicheng by noon." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Then let's find a place to spend the night here." On the other side, Li Zheng and the others found some stones to make a stove, and then found some wooden blocks, such as the wooden tables and chairs in the gas station's convenience store. They were all chopped into long wooden blocks. Chen Yuting and the others were not familiar with them, so they didn't want to interfere and disturb them. They just stood there awkwardly and watched. At the same time, they helped to defend against the sudden appearance of zombies. Li Zheng shouted to them, "Which one of you is a fire elemental? Come and help make a fire. RX, go and help." Chen Yuting immediately called a team member over. Except for the two who were still unconscious and were being carried away, there were a total of 21 people. Although the car Lin Xiao gave them was a little crowded, it was still able to fit. No, there were still a few people sitting on the roof. Lin Xiao watched Li Zhang and the others make a fire and then turned to walk to the mountain behind the gas station. The location was a bit desolate, except for a gas station and a convenience store. There was also a small building, which should be the gas station staff's dormitory. There were low hills around, and there was a small forest on the hillside. Lin Xiao walked towards the small forest. After entering the small forest, she looked around. After a while, she saw a white figure standing on the top of a tree. Seeing Lin Xiao walk in, Qiu Lily pouted and said to her unhappily, "I want to stay in the space, it's so dusty outside." There were no tall buildings along the way, so Qiu Lily kept jumping on the top of the tree. As a result, she ate a lot of dust along the way. Lin Xiao walked to a rock at the side and jumped onto it. "Then come here." Qiu Lily immediately landed on the stone and then reached out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao grabs her hand and brings her into the space. Seeing Lin Xiao bringing Qiu Lily in, Liu Jun asked her curiously, "Why did you come in?" Qiu Lily ran to her sofa and sat down. Then, she lay down on the sofa lazily. Lin Xiao replied to Liu Jun, "Oh, there's too much dust on the road." She didn't like it, so she asked me to bring it in. Liu Jun asked, "Where are we now?" "I just entered the Fuyang City area. I'm resting at a gas station on the road for 2 hours, said Lin Xiao. They continued their journey in the afternoon. "Tonight, we should be able to enter a small town in Yuhang district to spend the night. Tomorrow morning, we will enter Jiaxing City." "Oh." Liu Jun nodded and responded. At this time, Meng Meng was playing with birds in the forest on the other side. Suddenly, she felt Qiu Lily's aura disappear. She was stunned and immediately turned to look in the direction where Qiu Lily's aura had disappeared. He found that there was only Lin Xiao's aura there. Meng Meng's figure flashed as she ran towards Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao was about to turn around and return to the gas station, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. She calmly dodged to the side, then turned her head to look at Meng Meng, who was sprawled on the rock she had been standing on. "What are you doing?" Where's Lily, Lily?" Meng Meng lay on the rock and growled at her. Lin Xiao looked at her and teased her, "I ate Lily." After spending a few days with this zombie, Lin Xiao felt that this zombie was really like a naughty child. Sometimes, she was naughty and willful, but she was also very playful. It was just that her personality was a little strange. However, she always lingered around Qiu Lily. Although she was afraid of Qiu Lily, she seemed to like Qiu Lily very much. If Tong Tong and Xiao Lu were her little toys, then Qiu Lily was her big toy. Also, she felt that Qiu Lily was also a partner that she recognized. Although Lin Xiao didn't know what was wrong with her, he couldn't help but tease her. "Awoo, liar." Meng Meng howled and immediately moved her limbs, pouncing towards Lin Xiao. "You already know I'm lying to you." What are you so nervous about? Lin Xiao leaped backward, then flipped over and ran to a tree branch. He said leisurely to her. Ow, I don't care, let Lily out. Meng Meng ignored her and kept howling at her. Then she continued to pounce on her. Lin Xiao said helplessly, I didn't catch Lily. She wanted to go in herself. Then she jumped down from the tree. However, just as she jumped down, Meng Meng suddenly jumped in midair, stepped on a tree branch, and pounced towards Lin Xiao, who was about to land on the ground. Lin Xiao was just playing with her and didn't really want to hide from her. In the end, she was pounced on from behind. Meng Meng pounced on Lin Xiao's back and wrapped her arms and legs tightly around her neck and waist. Then she looked like she didn't care. Ow, I don't care. Let Lily out. Lin Xiao steadied herself and turned to look at her speechlessly. What are you doing? Lily doesn't like to stay outside. There's dust all along the way. What can I do if she doesn't want to stay outside? Come down. Ow, no, no. Meng Meng wrapped around Lin Xiao's back and shook her head hard. Lin Xiao quickly raised her hand to grab her. Stop, stop. Stop it. Get down here. However, Meng Meng seemed to be shaking more and more vigorously. She refused to come down even after being pulled by Lin Xiao. Two claws wrapped around Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled her arm down. It's useless even if you scratch me. It's Lily herself who refuses to come out. It's none of my business. But Meng Meng refused to let go of her. The two of them pulled, and Lin Xiao's hat fell off. Then, a bald head appeared. Pa, pa, pa. Meng Meng opened her palm and slapped Lin Xiao's bald head. To express his dissatisfaction. Seeing that she refused to come down, Lin Xiao threatened, if you do this again, I'll get Lily to chase you away. Are you going to listen to me? However, upon hearing her threat, Meng Meng immediately flared up. He opened his mouth and bit down on the bald head in front of him. Ah, holy shit. You stinking brat. Your saliva is all over my head. This time, Lin Xiao exploded. He immediately let out a strange cry. Although Meng Meng didn't feel any pain from biting her, the sticky feeling on her head was very clear. This time, Lin Xiao couldn't stay calm. She exerted force in her hand, pulled her out, and threw her out. Ow! Meng Meng was forcefully pulled away and landed on the ground as nimbly as a cat. Then, she immediately bared her teeth at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this brat really couldn't be tolerated. Chapter 294. Lin Xiao wiped the top of her head with her hand. It was indeed wet. She said to Meng Meng with a dark face, it's useless even if you bite me. Lily won't come out for the time being. Why don't you just follow me? When she comes out, can't you find her and play with her again? Really? Be obedient, or I'll ask Lily to beat you up. With that, she swung her hand, picked up her hat and put it on. Then she turned around and walked out. Meng Meng glared at Lin Xiao angrily, but she didn't dare to hit her again. Because she was really afraid that Lin Xiao would ask Lily to drive her away. Meng Meng, who had nowhere to vent her anger, turned around and waved her hands at a tree that was as thick as a calf. Then she fiercely slapped it left and right. The whole tree rustled because of her, and a lot of leaves fell down. Lin Xiao, who was walking out, heard the movement behind her and smiled helplessly. Then she walked towards the gas station. Li Zhang and the others were cooking a large pot of lean meat porridge in a round iron pot when they saw Lin Xiao return. Seeing Lin Xiao return, Lin Hao took a large bowl of porridge and handed it to Lin Xiao. Tong Tong's lunch. Lin Xiao took it and nodded. Then she turned her head to look at the people of the Wind Court team. She saw that they were all holding a bowl of porridge and squatting in their respective corners to eat. She wasn't afraid of the heat and was so anxious that it seemed like she wanted to pour all the porridge into her stomach. She took Tong Tong's share and entered the space in a flash. Then she walked to Liu Jun's side. Tong Tong's food is here. Liu Jun took the bowl and shouted to Tong Tong, who was playing with Little Man by the lake, Tong Tong, come and eat. Tong Tong was squatting by the lake and playing with two of Little Man's vine tentacles. After hearing Liu Jun's shout, he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he continued to talk to Little Man, I'm going to eat. Do you want to eat? Little Man put a vine on his hand and said, Little Man has eaten Tong Tong, you go eat first . She had just eaten a few living people in the morning. After absorbing the robber's superpower, she was waiting for Lin Xiao to come in and repair her body. However, Lin Xiao didn't seem to have the time, so Little Man stored the energy. Oh! Tong Tong nodded and stood up. As he spoke, he turned around and said, then I'll go eat. Lin Xiao and Liu Jun watched as Tong Tong walked back from the lake. They were not worried that Tong Tong would fall into the lake. Because Little Man was still in the water, Little Man wouldn't let anything happen to him. She walked to the lakeside and looked at Little Man, asking, Little Man, how much energy have you absorbed? Little Man wrapped around Lin Xiao's hand and replied, there are a lot of them. One of them has a lot of energy. Lin Xiao knew that she was talking about the second brother's energy, and that second brother happened to be a Logia type. She asked curiously, hey, that person's ability is also a vine. Just like you. As a result, Little Man waved her vine tail at her and protested, it's not the same, it's not the same . His red . Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile. It's just a different color. Why are you so excited? Little Man said, Mommy, come down quickly . Little Man can repair it for you again . Maybe your hair will grow out . Lin Xiao was stunned and then looked at her hesitantly. Can I? Is the energy enough? Little Man said, enough . Lin Xiao thought about it and said, okay, but come back at night. I still have to go out and hurry with them later. After finding a place to spend the night. I'll come in again. Little Man replied, oh . Lin Xiao turned back to Cho Lily and the others and then found a teapot on the table. Then she walked to the lakeside and filled the teapot with water. Then she turned and walked toward the two subspaces. She walked toward the second subspace and saw a few heads suddenly popping out at the door from a distance. They seemed to feel that Lin Xiao was coming, so they dared to stick their heads out to observe the situation. They had been hiding inside and didn't dare to move. Liu Jun blew the hot porridge for Tong Tong and asked Cho Lily, when did she have a subspace? I don't know. Cho Lily was lying down and playing with her hair. Hearing Liu Jun's words, she turned her head and looked in Lin Xiao's direction. When Lin Xiao walked to the door of the second subspace, she looked at them. She couldn't help but ask curiously, are you so afraid of her? All the zombies raw . Scared. Awoo . Very scared. Awoo . Too scary. Lin Xiao stood at the door and held the teapot. She said, take out the cups, don't you want to drink water? Hearing this, the 5 zombie leaders immediately took out their cups. Each of them had a bag with them, which was given to them by Lin Xiao. It was for them to put their cups and their belongings. Lin Xiao filled their cups one by one and then left with the teapot. When she walked past the first subspace, she turned her head and looked inside. Sure enough, she saw 2 level 4 zombies soaking in the water. Because they had Lin Xiao and Little Man's permission, these 2 zombies could go to the lakeside to get water. Although every time they went there, they would drag the buckets into the water until there was no energy left, and then drag the buckets over. In the end, he was too slow once, and Little Man threw a few vines at him. They dragged their buckets into the lake, and then dragged the buckets filled with water in front of them. From then on, number 1 and number 2 were well behaved. Every time they filled the buckets with water, they were very fast. Lin Xiao walked past the first subspace with the teapot, walked to the sofa and sat down, then put the teapot on the table. Your 2 followers are almost ready for treatment. Let them go out to find energy cores tonight. Cho Lily looked at number 1 and number 2 and nodded. Lin Xiao asked curiously, I haven't asked you, were those 2 related to you when they were alive? Cho Lily shook her head and said, I didn't. When I met them, it was a few years ago. At that time, the end of the world hadn't been long, and they were still alive. When I wanted to get close to humans, I was kicked out. At that time, those people were very afraid of me, and I didn't do anything before they attacked me. Only the two of them didn't show any negative emotions towards me. And at that time, they even helped me. Lin Xiao looked over there in surprise, then turned back to continue listening to Qiu Lily. Qiu Lily continued, I followed them secretly for a few days. After a few days, these two people were pushed out by those people to block the zombies. I didn't have time to save them at that time, so I had to wait for them to become zombies and keep them by my side. Lin Xiao and Liu Jun looked at her. No wonder she kept bringing these two to follow them outside. Qiu Lily turned over, lying on the sofa, and looked at the subspace over there. She said, I hope little man can help them recover some of their memories. Lin Xiao turned her head to look over there, then looked at Qiu Lily. She knew that Qiu Lily had kept them by her side for a few years, and had feelings for them. Although they were just two zombies without memories. Chapter 295. Lin Xiao didn't sit for long before they exited the space. Because everything was almost ready, they could continue their journey. After starving for a few days, the Fengting hunting team drank a bowl of hot porridge. Their essence qi had recovered significantly, and they looked much more spirited. During this period, only Lin Xiao and Long Qingying were outside. Lin Wenwen and Cheng Wangshue's mother didn't come out of the car. When Chen Yuting and the others saw Lin Hao and the others put the porridge in the car, they knew there were still people in the car. Get in the car, get in the car. Check the car and get ready to go. Lin Feng shouted to the others. After getting on the chariots, the two chariots headed toward Sea City. Lin Xiao and Long Qingying still sat on the roof of the car under the sun. Although Lin Xiao was very hot, she didn't enter the car because she needed to sit on the roof to deter the zombies around. It was already October, and although it was hot during the day, she didn't enter the car. But at night, there was the coolness of autumn. Of course, the autumn night after the apocalypse would be very cold. But there was a lot of dust on the road. When the sun set, they entered Yuhang district. Along the way, Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng found something strange. They didn't see any zombies. Why was that? They noticed this phenomenon in the morning, but because they were on the highway or in the suburbs, they didn't pay much attention to it. But when they reached the center of Hangzhou, it was a zombie city with a dense number of zombies. In the end, they managed to pass through without any danger. Lin Feng drove around the city because there were many people in the city and the buildings were dense. So there were a lot of abandoned cars, stones, and large objects on the road, blocking the way. Because they were in a hurry, Lin Feng didn't look for a safe place to spend the night. With Lin Xiao and Qiu Lily by his side, he would be safe no matter where he went. Finally, when it was dark, Lin Feng found an entertainment club. There were hotel rooms, bars, foot massage, sauna, billiards, and all kinds of other entertainment places. After Lin Feng stopped the car, the zombies in the club all ran away. After parking the car in front of the club, Lin Feng and the others got out of the car and looked up at the door and the signboard. Let's spend the night here. The building here is sealed, so it's relatively safe. Compared to the relaxed Lin Feng and the others, Chen Yuting and the others got off the car with vigilant expressions. Then he found that there was still not a single zombie around. Chen Yuting, Lu Changfeng, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Why weren't there any zombies nearby? Logically, there should be a lot of zombies here. But along the way, when the zombies saw them, they would turn around and run. The two of them suspected that Lin Feng and the others must have something. Even the zombies were afraid of him. He entered the clubhouse because it was already night. There was no electricity in the city, so they were all looking around with flashlights. As a result, there was not a single zombie in the clubhouse, even though it was dark. Lin Feng and the others found the location of the restaurant and cooked some simple food. 20 to 30 people were gathered in the dining room, waiting for dinner to be ready. While no one was paying attention, Lin Xiao left. She flashed into the space and said to Qiu Lily, Lily, go out and keep an eye on those people. I'm going to the bottom of the lake tonight. Qiu Lily sat up from the sofa and nodded, okay. After sending Qiu Lily out, Lin Xiao continued to release the other zombie leaders and number 1 and number 2. Then she walked to the lake and dragged a chair to put it on the ground by the lake. She took off her hat and sunglasses and took off her clothes. Then she walked into the lake naked. Tong Tong had already fallen asleep in Liu Jun's arms. Liu Jun sat on the sofa and watched Lin Xiao's back as she went into the water. Her back was beautiful, and her waist was very thin. Well, her butt was perky, her legs were long, and her skin was white. If she had long hair behind her, it would be a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, her head was bare, Liu Jun thought in her heart. Lin Xiao touched his stomach and felt that it was still a strange feeling. It was like cotton. After stepping into the water, the branches of the small vine wrapped around her. Then it pulled her down to the bottom of the lake. Countless branches and tentacles wrapped around Lin Xiao's body, gradually wrapping her into a jade-white human cocoon. Lin Xiao could feel a familiar energy seeping into her body, and then her body, which could only feel hot but not cold, began to slowly heat up. Lin Xiao didn't know if she could grow her hair back this time, but she knew. At least her belly should recover a bit. Her belly was getting hotter and hotter, like a ball of fire burning. Her throat was also burning, and so was her head. The jade-white human cocoon reflected a layer of faint green light from the inside. After a long time, the light gradually faded, and then a black fog suddenly came out of the human cocoon. The black fog didn't melt in the water, but actively swam. The moment the black mist appeared, the jade-white vines suddenly let go of Lin Xiao at lightning speed. The black fog quickly wrapped Lin Xiao's whole body. Without the support of the small vine, Lin Xiao's body didn't sink to the bottom of the lake, and just floated in the middle of the lake. When Lin Xiao woke up, she found that it was pitch black in front of her. She thought she was still not awake. But after 2 seconds, she suddenly found that the darkness in front of her was just her own fog. With a thought, the black fog immediately gathered in her palm. The darkness in front of her also dispersed. Lin Xiao then realized that she was still at the bottom of the lake. Seeing that the black fog around Lin Xiao had drilled into her palm, Little Vine, who had been guarding below, immediately stretched out her branches. Mama 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 tilde 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 you're awake tilde 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 the small vine wrapped around Lin Xiao's waist and lifted her up. Lin Xiao replied in her heart, how long has it been? The small vine said, not long tilde 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 a few hours tilde 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 in fact, sometimes Lin Xiao was very curious, what was the background of this small vine? She seemed to have a very young mind, but she knew a lot of things. In addition to acting coquettishly, she also knew a lot of common sense. Lin Xiao came out of the water, and then swam towards the shore. The first thing she did after reaching the shore was to put on her clothes. Hair. Your hair seems to have grown longer. But it's so short. A voice suddenly sounded beside her, and Liu Jun appeared like a ghost. Lin Xiao stopped putting on her clothes, and turned to look at her. Then she raised a hand and touched the top of her head. Then she understood what Liu Jun said. It seemed to have grown, long, it did grow. But, she touched a layer of short thorns, it was probably like the kind of hair that had just been shaved, and the remaining dregs were a little longer than hers. Then, Liu Jun stabbed her again. Why can Lily's hair grow so long? Yours just popped out a little, right? Ha 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 tilde tilde I feel that Lily and the small vine have some unspeakable relationship. Chapter 296. Lin Xiao silently looked at Liu Jun, with an expression of I'll hit you if you keep talking. Liu Jun turned to look at the lake with a smile, and then asked, aren't you going to ask little man about your current situation? Lin Xiao then remembered that she had to ask. Little man? She put on her clothes, turned her head and shouted towards the lake. Suddenly, she touched her belly. Hair. It became hard. Little man emerged from the lake, stretching out her vine tentacles to the lake. Then she wrapped them around Lin Xiao's hand. Mama tilde 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 Lin Xiao asked her, little man, why is it so hard for my hair to grow? Lily's hair can grow so long, but I can only grow a little thorny. Little man said. Mommy I've concentrated all my energy on your belly the recovery of your hair and throat will be a little slower but mommy's hair is alive now it was dead before mommy doesn't need to look for little man to heal her hair now because it can slowly grow out on its own but it may be a little slower Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise. Huh? Can it grow out on its own now? Isn't it like a normal person? Liu Jun also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. From what she said, did it mean that her hair could grow out like a normal person? Not like zombies like them, whose hair was dead. Little man said, yeah, that's it mama. Little man is a little tired seeing that little man's tentacles were not twisting as vigorously as usual. Lin Xiao said, well, if you're tired, go and have a rest. Thank you, little man said unhappily, mama. You're thanking little man again Mama makes little man feel like an outsider seeming to feel that little man was a little wronged. Lin Xiao quickly touched the vines on her wrist. She said, sorry, I was wrong. My dear little man is so cute, how can you be an outsider? We are a family. Hearing this, little man became happy. Yeah little man is the cutest then little man will go to sleep Mama. Call little man if you need anything after saying that. She let go of Lin Xiao's hand and the vines retreated into the water. Liu Jun looked at Lin Xiao and asked curiously, little man, are you unhappy? What is her relationship with you? You've only said thank you and she's already upset. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I don't know what her relationship with me is, but the moment she appeared, I saw her. Just call me, Mom. Liu Jun's eyes widened as he looked at her in disbelief. Hey, she called you mommy? It can't really be your child, right? Lin Xiao looked at her with a strange expression and asked, are you talking about me? Or Lu Tianyu's? Could it be that I've been pregnant before, but I don't know about it now? Liu Jun lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, before the base was destroyed, there was no news of the leader being pregnant. But even if you're really pregnant, you won't announce it so soon, right? Besides, no one saw your belly getting bigger at that time. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Xiao's abdomen. Lin Xiao shook her head. But my current body is no longer my original one. Even if I was pregnant before, the child might have disappeared. It can't be that, the child's soul was reborn with me, right? Speaking of this, she suddenly froze. Then she looked at Liu Jun silently. It seems possible. Liu Jun also looked at her. Both of them were silent for 7 or 8 seconds. Lin Xiao covered her forehead and said in disbelief, wait a minute, let me calm down. That's impossible. Liu Jun widened her eyes and said, why is it impossible? Aren't you here? Why can't the child come over? Lin Xiao suddenly thought of another question. She put down her hand and asked, wait a minute, you said I'm pregnant. Who is that man? Liu Jun looked at her and was silent for 3 seconds before she suddenly said, I can only say that before the base was betrayed by him. He has always been by your side. Lin Xiao looked at her and said seriously, you mean Yang Jianhua? Both of them were silent again. But Lin Xiao's face suddenly darkened, and then she said in a cold voice, you mean, I had a relationship with Yang Jianhua before, and then I was pregnant with his child. But would that scumbag betray the base along with me and the child even before the child was discovered? Is this the case? Suddenly feeling the pressure around Lin Xiao getting lower and lower, Liu Jun frowned and said, don't get excited. This is just our guess, before you recover your memory. These are just fictitious assumptions. Maybe, the child wasn't brought over by you. Maybe the child's father is not Yang Jianhua, but someone else. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Thinking about Liu Jun's words, they were indeed reasonable. She suddenly thought of the environment she saw when she went down to the bottom of the lake, that kind of purple and dark red. Now thinking about it, she felt that it shouldn't be her uterus. No way, little Man couldn't really be her child. Let me calm down first. Lin Xiao said with a dull expression, and then flashed out of the space. After coming out, Lin Xiao stood on the roof of the club, and lowered her head to touch her stomach. She didn't know why, after listening to Liu Jun's words. Lin Xiao was very concerned about this matter, and even had a strange kind of expectation. Moreover, did Yang Jianhua have this kind of relationship with her? If that was the case, then wasn't she blind to fall for that man before? Really blind? Thinking about the Yang Jianhua she saw now, and thinking that she had slept with this man before, she only felt a burst of nausea in her heart. Lin Xiao put her hand on her lower abdomen, thinking that if it was the child's soul that was reborn with her. What kind of appearance did the child have in her space? Little Man said that when she reached level 5, she could come out. Then how did she come out? What method did she use? Could it be that she gave birth to it? But her current body, and her stomach was empty. Although the uterus might still be there, after turning into a zombie, it had already died. Could it give birth to another life? She didn't know why, but Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that this body had done it with Wu Chengyu before it died. Her mind suddenly flashed with a possibility. No way, right, if it was Wu Chengyu's essence, Lu Qianyu's egg, and the baby's soul that she brought with her. Lin Xiao felt that if the child was really born, then she must go to do a DNA test. Just as Lin Xiao was still struggling with the matter of the child on the roof, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Then, she walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. In the middle of the night, she saw a few sneaky figures below. They walked back and forth beside the chariot that Lin Xiao had given to the Wind Court team. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. She put on her hat and then hid her figure. She turned transparent and jumped down from the roof. Chapter 297. Next to the car were Lu Changfeng and Lu Ting, as well as 2 other members of their team. Lu Changfeng had a disapproving expression on his face and said in a low voice, "Lu Ting, it's immoral of you to do this. They helped us, but we're going to steal from them." Lu Ting said disdainfully, "Brother, do you think they're really helping us?" "I don't think so. They said they're recruiting us to be construction workers and giving us rice and flour." "That sounds nice, but there's no such thing nowadays. They must have some unspeakable secret. Maybe they want us to die. Besides, I'm just taking the car away. I didn't do anything to hurt them, did I? If I wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to resist now." Lu Changfeng was silent for a while and then continued, "But if we leave, what about Chen Yuting and the others? They'll be harmed." Lu Ting seemed to be a little angry and said, "What does it have to do with us? Both of you are captains, but why does everyone only listen to him? Why doesn't he take you seriously? And those 2 disabled people, I already said to throw them away so that they won't bring us trouble on the way back." He didn't want to bring us any trouble along the way, but he insisted on bringing it back. What's the use of taking them back? Can they still come back to life? The 2 useless people she was talking about were the 2 young boys who had been taken away by the robbers with her. Lu Changfeng said with a gloomy face, "Lu Ting, as long as they're not dead, there's hope. Besides, aren't we already halfway back safely? Just bear with it and we'll be back to the base tomorrow. Why do you have to do this?" Lu Ting turned to look at the car next to her and reached out to touch it. She said with a greedy face, "Brother, you're thinking too much. That's why Chen Yuting always suppressed you. Brother, look at this car. Isn't it cool? And isn't the performance of the car awesome? And the weapons on the top are not something ordinary people like us can get. Brother, don't you want such an awesome car? With this car, won't we be much safer when we go out on missions in the future?" She slowly tempted Lu Changfeng. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Lu Changfeng's eyes wavered as he looked at the car. There was no man who didn't like cars. Moreover, this was a military-grade tank. Its combat value and defense value were many times higher than the ordinary vehicles that he had modified himself. Lu Ting urged impatiently, "Brother, make up your mind quickly. The hypnosis effect of our Liu's arcana is about to disappear. When they wake up, we won't have a chance." Although Lu Changfeng was somewhat moved, he was still somewhat hesitant in his heart. At this moment, Lin Xiao quietly moved to Lu Ting's side and reached out his hand. He suddenly grabbed her slender neck and pressed her against the car. Bam! Lu Ting was caught off guard and was pinned against the car. She screamed in fear. Then, he looked at the empty space in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't see anything. But the feeling of his neck being squeezed tightly by a hand was so real. Cough. Ah. Cough. Blag. The feeling of suffocation immediately made her brain heat up, and a dull pain rose in her chest. She grabbed her neck in a panic, and sure enough, she grabbed an arm. Then, she followed the arm forward, but only touched a shoulder. Lu Changfeng and the other two people were also shocked by Lu Ting's sudden appearance. They looked at Lu Ting's painful expression as if she was being strangled by something, but they couldn't see what was doing it to her. They were all stunned and forgot to react for a moment. Until they saw a figure appear in front of Lu Ting. "Woman, I can see that you are very ambitious this morning. But your courage is bigger than your ambition." A hoarse voice sounded. Lu Ting looked at Lin Xiao, who appeared in front of her in horror. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Her face was also a little green. Catcher, there was a sound of metal. When Lu Changfeng and the two people next to him recovered, they immediately raised their guns at Lin Xiao. "Stop. Let her go." Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at them. Her eyes couldn't be seen through the sunglasses in the dark. But the corner of her mouth was tightly curled. "Originally, I wanted to let her live, but since you guys pointed your guns at me, it seems that you don't want her life anymore." "Looks like you don't want her life anymore." Her voice was hoarse and low to begin with, and it sounded even more sinister in the dark night. At the same time, Lin Xiao slightly tightened her grip on Lu Ting's neck. Lu Ting was like a fish on the shore. She opened her mouth wide and breathed hard. But she couldn't take in any air. The feeling of suffocation made her chest feel like it was about to explode. Her eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out. Lu Changfeng was stunned again. His hand that was holding the gun was shaking. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly moved. She took a step back and let go of Lu Ting. Lu Ting slid to the ground like a piece of rag. She covered her neck with both hands and breathed hard. Cough, cough, cough. She sat on the ground and painfully coughed. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "I don't like to kill people for no reason, and I won't kill people randomly. Seeing that you guys only wanted to steal, I will let you live. Get out." As she spoke, she turned around and walked into the club. Lu Changfeng quickly put away his gun and ran to Lu Ting's side. "Lu Ting, how are you? Are you okay?" After Lu Ting breathed in, the pain in her chest still hadn't disappeared. But at least she felt a little better. She raised her head and stared at Lin Xiao's back with an ugly expression. Her eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. When Lu Changfeng got close, she suddenly grabbed Lu Changfeng's gun and shot at Lin Xiao. 222-Lu Ting, stop. Lu Changfeng was startled by her, and when he came back to his senses, by the time he reacted, Lu Ting had already fired. However, Lin Xiao suddenly backhanded and grabbed the gun when she fired. Then, she turned around and opened her palm. A few bullets were lying quietly in her palm. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Xiao threw the bullets to the ground. Lu Ting and the others widened their eyes. Although she couldn't see the bullets in Lin Xiao's palm, she could still hear the sound of the bullets falling to the ground. "You're courting death. Since you're courting death, I will fulfill your wish," Lin Xiao said calmly. Then, she suddenly flicked her finger at Lu Ting. Puff, there was a light sound of wind. Then, Lu Ting fell to the ground with a frozen expression. Lu Changfeng looked down and saw that Lu Ting wasn't moving. He hurriedly squatted down and ran to her. "Lu Ting? Lu Ting? Lu Ting?" When he picked her up, he found that blood was slowly seeping out of Lu Ting's forehead. Then, half of her head slowly slid down, revealing her red and white brain. Lin Xiao was less than 2 meters away from Lu Ting, so she only flicked her claw and directly cut Lu Ting's skull. "I said that I don't like to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I can let others kill me," Lin Xiao said calmly to Lu Changfeng. Chapter 298. The current Lin Xiao was not that afraid of rank 6 metahumans anymore, so she was not worried that Lu Changfeng, a rank 6 water metahuman, would attack her. Because when she was in the space, Little Man had indeed helped her increase her strength again. From the pair of green eyes behind her sunglasses, it could be seen that she was now a rank 5 zombie leader. However, she didn't know how strong her overall strength was. At least she would not be weaker than an ordinary rank 6 zombie king. Then when facing a rank 6 metahuman, she would be able to face them calmly. Unlike in the morning, when she needed to drag the rank 6 metahumans into the space to weaken them before she could make a move. Lin Xiao turned around again and walked into the floor. At this moment, a white shadow suddenly flashed down. It flashed past Lu Changfeng and the others, and then the three men suddenly fell to the ground. Puff, puff, hearing the sound behind her, Lin Xiao turned around. She saw Qiu Lily standing at the side, looking at her. Do you want to let these 3 people go? Letting them go will only bring us trouble in the future. Lin Xiao looked at her, shook her head, and said with a smile, I was waiting for you to make a move. Even if I really fought with him, I might be able to beat him, but it would be a bit more troublesome. So it was easy to let you do it. Qiu Lily looked at her, and then thought of something. So you were waiting for me to be your fighter? Lin Xiao looked at the men who were knocked out by Qiu Lily, and said, yeah. Suddenly, she walked over, and then squatted beside Lu Ting. She used her finger to dig into her smooth head, and then dug out a crystal core. The rank 4 crystal core emitted a faint blue light in the night. She did not understand why Chen Yuting and Lu Changfeng kept chasing the robbers, knowing that they might not be a match for the robbers. Were they also like moths to a flame? Just now, she heard Lu Ting call Lu Changfeng brother, so the two of them were brother and sister. But when she was next to the other members of the Wind Court, she always felt that they had a different view of her. They seemed to feel that she was very important, but the important thing was not this person, but something about her. But Lin Xiao had observed Lu Ting, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. That meant she could only rely on her ability. Moreover, Lu Ting did not use her special ability. In other words, the people in the team actually cared about her ability. What kind of ability did people care about the most? If it wasn't the water element, then it was the space element. Lin Xiao took out her core crystal, thinking that it was possible that this woman was also a water type, because Chen Yuting and the others said that they only wanted to exchange food and weapons with her, and they even wanted to exchange for water. Also, Lu Changfeng was also a water elemental. Could it be that these two siblings had the same special ability? When the crystal core turned into energy from her hand and entered her body, she knew she was wrong. Because this wasn't a water element, it was a space element. Sensing the changes in his space, Lin Xiao was speechless. Why were spatial ability users as cheap as cabbages now? She had met 2 in just one day. She looked at Lu Changfeng and the other 2 who had fainted and raised her head to ask Qiu Lily, why didn't you just kill them? What the hell do you mean by knocking him out? Qiu Lily turned around and said, I won't kill people for no reason. Hearing her say that, Lin Xiao had no choice but to wave her claws at the 3. Puff puff, there was a slight sound of air being cut, and the sound of flesh and bones being cut open. If it was before the apocalypse, of course, she wouldn't casually kill people. Because killing people was against the law. But now, killing people was not against the law. Whoever was the strongest would be the boss, and that was the law. The apocalypse was so chaotic, in order to survive. The law already existed in name only. Of course, there were still rules in the base. Otherwise, if there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to manage it. So a country had its laws, and a family had its rules. There were also mandatory rules in the base. Outside the base, there were no more rules. So if you died outside, no one would care. If you wanted to take revenge, you could, but you couldn't kill people inside the base. Outside the base, you could kill them however you wanted. If they died, you could save some food. If these people didn't want to kill Lin Xiao, then she wouldn't have killed them. However, they wanted to kill her. So Lin Xiao wouldn't leave them alive to become a disaster in the future. Ungrateful people wouldn't thank others for saving them. They would only remember what others did to them, and then think of ways to take revenge. Qiu Lily took out the crystals of Lu Changfeng and the other two people, and then wiped them on the bodies. Then she put them into her small bag. Lin Xiao turned around and went into the club. When she arrived at the bar and restaurant, she saw a group of people lying on the ground, motionless on the table. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting on the bar counter, like a drunkard who just woke up. He supported his forehead with his hand, but his eyes couldn't open. Lin Xiao glanced at him, and then looked at the figures of Mrs. Lin and the others. She found that they were all lying on the sofa, looking like they had fallen asleep. Lin Xiaolu was lying on Cheng Wangshue's lap. Looking back at Lin Feng, Lin Xiao picked up a cup on the table, and then the cup disappeared for 2 seconds, and then appeared in her hand, filled with water. Lin Xiao squatted in front of Lin Xiaolu, helped her up, and slowly fed her a cup of water. Then she continued to feed Mrs. Lin, Lin Wenwen, and Cheng Wangxue. After that, she walked to the bar counter on Lin Feng's side. Then she also gave him a cup of water. She could feel that there was a strange energy in these people, which didn't belong to them. It should be what Lu Ting said before, that Liu used some special ability on these people that made them fall into a coma. Lin Xiao didn't know how they used it, but so many people fell asleep. After Lin Xiao let them drink her water, the strange energy slowly disappeared. What happened? Mrs. Lin, Lin Luoran, and Lin Luoran see that everyone is lying on the ground, leaning on the table, and sleeping on the chair. They were all confused and surprised. Lin Xiao said, "When I wasn't here, you were all plotted against. If I came out a bit later, we would have lost a car tonight." Although she definitely had the ability to get it back in the end. What happened? Lin Feng also looked at her in confusion. Lin Xiao said, "Lu Ting wanted to steal the car I gave you today when you were all asleep. But I've already killed him." What? You killed them? Lin Feng and the others looked at her in surprise. There was no blame in their tone, but they were surprised that Lin Xiao would kill them. Lin Xiao spread out her hands and said, "I didn't do it first. I never show mercy to those who shoot at me." Lin Feng nodded, "Okay." Chapter 299. After using Lin Xiao's lake water to wake the others up, Chen Yuting knew what Lu Ting and Lu Changfeng had done and was very angry. "That woman has always been selfish. But I didn't think she would covet your car." Lin Xiao sat on the side and didn't say anything. She just held a glass of water and drank. "She even left us behind. She wanted you to know what happened to the car after they stole it. Then she would vent her anger on us." One of Chen Yuting's companions said angrily. Lin Feng nodded and said, "If they really succeeded in stealing the car, we definitely wouldn't let you go." Chen Yuting and the others didn't say anything. Lin Xiao stood up and walked past them. Then she said, "Actually, I knew this morning that she didn't really believe what I said. Later, when she saw the car, she still didn't believe me. So I already noticed her along the way." Then she walked back to the bar and looked at the time. It was 2 in the morning. "Forget it. Anyway, they have been taken care of by me. At least he could sleep peacefully. You guys quickly find a place to rest and continue the journey tomorrow morning." She didn't need to worry about Chen Yuting and the Lu siblings having evil thoughts because she had just walked around. Apart from being shocked by what Lu Ting and Lu Changfeng had done, these people didn't have any other thoughts. Of course, Lin Feng and the others knew that Lin Xiao wouldn't let these people do anything bad, so they were relieved. However, he was still a little afraid of losing consciousness due to some kind of strange ability. At dawn, Lin Feng and the others got up and made some simple breakfast. It was still a pot of meat porridge. There was no air in Lin Wenwen's space, it was a vacuum zone. It was very useful for keeping food fresh, but she couldn't bring people in. When Lin Xiao entered the space and saw the things in the 3rd subspace, she knew why Chen Yuting and the others cared so much about her. Although Chen Yuting and the others didn't show it on their faces, their eyes often stared at Lu Ting intentionally or unintentionally. And when they heard Lin Xiao say that she killed Lu Ting, their hearts also fluctuated a lot. But they didn't say anything. Lu Ting's space was actually filled with a few barrels of gasoline. There was a huge shortage of gasoline in the apocalypse. No wonder they cared so much about her. Lin Xiao himself had only used 1 barrel of oil, and there were still 2 or 3 barrels that had not been opened. Now that he had a few more barrels, he had unexpectedly made a fortune. She found that other than the first subspace, which could hold people before entering her, the other 2 subspaces could not. But after she took it in, it was connected. Therefore, they were all filled with air. Lin Xiao took a look inside Lu Ting's space. Other than a few barrels of oil, there were also a few female products. There was nothing else. Moreover, this space was very small, even smaller than Space 1. It was only slightly bigger than a washroom. Therefore, after filling a few barrels of oil, the tank was already full. Lin Xiao walked out and was about to leave. Suddenly, a ball of furry stuff leaned over. She looked down and saw that it was a grey rabbit. The grey rabbit has grown a lot in her space, and it has become fatter, eating the grass in her space, eating her strawberries, and eating her vegetables. It would be a wonder if he wasn't fat. However, this fellow rarely took the initiative to approach her. Every time Xiao Budian carried it out, it would run back. Lin Xiao bent down to pick it up and asked, "What's wrong? You came to find me, don't tell me you miss Xiao Budian." Speaking of Xiao Budian, she did not know if anyone had noticed the current situation on her side. That young Chao was really not a good person. She had no opinion on dealing with Wu Chengyu, but starting with Xiao Budian. Lin Xiao felt that this man was not a good person. Moreover, from the way he indulged Lu Chengyu to provoke Wu Chengyu, it could be seen that this man liked to use some despicable means. On the other side, in the civilian area outside Sea City Base, in a room, the bandit boss, who had escaped from Lin Xiao's side, said coldly to another man in the room with a gloomy face, "What your leader said is false. What asking us to deal with the relatives of the leader of Hades King Base? What dealing with Yuan Tianxing? He is simply lying to us. I made me lose 11 brothers. Go back and tell your leader to prepare to pay with his life." Although the other man was only a rank 6 ability user, he was not afraid of the rank 7 bandit boss at all. He said with a faint smile, "Tang He, don't get too excited. We didn't expect that we would make you lose all your brothers. After all, our leader believed in your strength, that's why he cooperated with you, right? Besides, there's nothing for us to gain by tricking you, right?" The boss of the robbers, who was also the Tang He that the robbers were talking about, suppressed the air pressure around him. There was a trace of hostility in his voice. "If you're not lying to us, why didn't you tell me that there was a rank 6 zombie king there? And it's a space type. If I had known in advance, I wouldn't have let it kill my brothers." The other party shook his head and said, "We really didn't know about this. Moreover, the zombie king has always been elusive, and it's very difficult to encounter one. Besides, you're a rank 7 ability user. Even if you encounter a rank 6 zombie king, you can still kill it, can't you?" Tang He looked at the other party and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "The other party is a space ability user and can enter space at any time. Let your leader try and see if he can kill a zombie king that can disappear in front of you at any time. Moreover, there's more than just a zombie king there." The powerful pressure he felt at that time, if he guessed correctly, it should be a rank 2 king. If that's the case, he should let someone go and scout it out first. The energy of a rank 2 king zombie core is enormous. It's enough to let a rank 7 ability user break through to rank 8 without any suspense. But at the same time, the danger of a rank 2 king is also extremely high. When a rank 1 king is angry, the zombie tide that he can cause can exceed 5,000 to 6,000 zombies. But no one knows about a zombie tide caused by a rank 2 king. But if you think about it, you should be able to guess that there's at least 10,000 to 20,000 zombies. If the leaders of the major bases know that there's a rank 2 king in that area, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. The other party obviously didn't hear the main point of Tang He's words and only heard about the space-type zombies. However, it's rare to encounter space-type zombies. If you bring this zombie core back, you might be able to exchange it for something better. The other party looked at Tang He and said with his eyes slightly lit up. Tang He coldly snorted and said, "Enrich, if you have the ability to kill it in one fell swoop, otherwise it won't be able to come out after entering space. What can you do?" Chapter 300. When Tang He met up with Yang Chao's people, Yuan Tianxing's people also came early in the morning. Du Yuanxing, who went to open the door after hearing the knock, looked at the beauty standing at the door with a blank expression. "Ah, Deputy Leader Yang. So early in the morning. Good morning." Du Yuanxing, who suddenly didn't know what to say, felt a little overwhelmed. Yang Fengyu smiled elegantly at him and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in? Your deputy leader is up, right? I'm really sorry to disturb your sweet dreams so early in the morning." No, it's not a disturbance. Not a disturbance. I do have to trouble you to wait for a while. I don't want to see something unsightly when I come in." Du Yuanxing immediately shook his head in a panic, then seemed to remember something and blocked the door to stop her from entering. After speaking to her, Du Yuanxing turned around and shouted at the people who were still naked or only wearing a pair of underwear, "Hey, you guys move faster. Put on your clothes, it's so rude to let a beauty wait." The others had just woken up and were holding toothbrushes and hanging towels as they walked by. When they heard the door open, they were all stunned for a moment and looked at the side of the door with sleepy faces. But when they heard Du Yuanxing call Deputy Leader Yang, they immediately woke up. So when Du Yuanxing turned around and shouted for them, these people were still swaying to find their clothes to wear. Yuan Tianxing, who was wearing a white t-shirt, subconsciously looked down at himself after hearing his shout. He didn't find anything wrong, so he went to brush his teeth. After a few minutes, Du Yuanxing opened the door and let Yang Fengyu in. "Sorry to make you wait for so long, please come in." The faint smile on Yang Fengyu's face didn't change. She walked in with her exquisite high heels swaying her waist. "Please sit." Yuan Tianxing sat on one of the two single sofas in the room. He gestured to the other sofa with his hand and poured her a glass of water. Of course, Yang Fengyu didn't come empty-handed. She carried a bag in her hand. After putting the bag down, she sat down. "This is the breakfast I brought for you. I made it myself. Come and try it." As she spoke, she opened the bag, and a mixture of egg and scallions wafted out. Yuan Tianxing smiled politely and said, "Next time you don't have to bring anything. That will make us feel bad." Looking at the bag that Yang Fengyu opened, there were pieces of rolled-up onion omelets that were still steaming hot. Everyone who had just woken up and had not eaten breakfast could not help but swallow their saliva. "Come and eat, I made a lot. I'm just afraid that you won't have enough to eat," Yang Fengyu said to them with a smile. Du Yuanxing, Lin Yu, Lu Junjie, and the others were drooling as they looked at the omelette, but they didn't dare to touch it. In the end, he tore off the omelette reluctantly and shifted his gaze to Yuan Tianxing beside him. Yuan Tianxing took 2 whiffs of the fragrance and didn't stand on ceremony. He said to the others, "Go get some bowls and chopsticks. You can eat it yourself." Once everyone received the order, they immediately rushed into the kitchen and took out their bowls and chopsticks. Then, they squeezed to the front of the table and took 2 pieces each. Yang Fengyu's omelette was very big, but it was not enough for a grown man to eat. Therefore, they all took 2 pieces and retreated to the side, away from Yang Fengyu and Yuan Tianxing, and found a quiet corner to eat. In fact, they directly left the room and squatted outside the door. "This great beauty Yang seems to be really interested in our boss. She even brought breakfast so early in the morning." Du Yuanxing took a bite of the fragrant, soft, and refreshing omelette and said happily as he chewed. "Even a blind person can see that," Lin Yu said. "It's a pity that our boss doesn't like her," Lu Junjie said with a look of pity. "But why did she come so early in the morning? Who knows? She's a deputy leader after all. She's actually quite busy with work. If she didn't have anything to do, she wouldn't have the time to come personally. That's true. The few people squatted outside the room and ate as they chatted. Only Yuan Tianxing took 2 bites of the 2 people in the room. Tell me, you didn't come early just to treat me to breakfast, right? Yuan Tianxing smiled and looked at Yang Fengyu. The smile on Yang Fengyu's face faded at this moment. She looked at him seriously and said, I received a piece of news about you, Leader Wu, and the surviving relatives of the former Netherworld King's base and the leader of Nether Flame. Hearing her words, Yuan Tianxing's face also became indifferent. What news? And it's targeting so many of us. Yang Fengyu said, Yang Chao. He has always been at odds with Leader Wu, so anyone who has worked with Leader Wu will often be targeted by Yang Chao. So this time, he has his eyes on you. He seems to have found some information about your relationship with the surviving relatives of the leader of Nether Flame. He is now preparing to ambush you when you leave the base, and he has already sent people to deal with your companions outside the base. Yuan Tianxing's expression turned slightly cold, and he said, Is what you said true? Yang Fengyu nodded and said, The news is true. Of course, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. You can also go and verify it with Leader Wu. I think he should have received the news too. Yuan Tianxing suddenly stood up, looked at her, and said, Then you mean that there are already people outside preparing to deal with Lin Feng and the others? Yang Fengyu looked up at him. That's right. Yuan Tianxing clenched his right fist and punched his left palm. He said anxiously, Bad news. Isn't Lin Feng and the others in danger now? Yang Fengyu said, That's why I came to tell you this early in the morning. It's up to you what to do. Yuan Tianxing looked at her gratefully and said, Thank you. I got it. I'll return this favor in the future. Seeing that he was indeed a little anxious, Yang Fengyu also stood up. Then I'll leave first. If you want to think of a way to save them, you need to hurry. Saying that, she walked to the door. Yuan Tianxing nodded at her and said, I got it. Yang Fengyu raised a charming smile at him, then walked to the door and reached out to open it. The 5 people squatting on the ground on both sides of the door turned to look at her at the same time. Then, they immediately stood up in the next second. Ahem, Deputy Leader Yang, are you leaving? Thank you, the breakfast was delicious. Yang Fengyu said with a smile, My cooking isn't good. This is the only thing I can bring out. As long as you guys like it. I'll leave first. See you next time. Saying that, she walked out. As she walked, she looked back at them with a smile and waved. The beautiful woman looked back and smiled, so the people at the door stared blankly at her back as she walked away. After a few seconds, when Yang Fengyu's beautiful back entered the elevator, they came back to their senses. Only then did they come back to their senses. When they turned around, they saw Yuan Tianxing staring at them calmly. Yuan Tianxing said, Have you seen enough? Wipe your saliva. Everyone subconsciously wiped their mouths. Chapter 301. 10 minutes later, Yuan Tianxing took Du Yuanxing and Lin Yu to Wu Chongyue's residence. At Wu Chongyue's home, Meng Yu and Mo Li were in Lingling's room. Wu Chengyu, Xiao Yunlong and the Dr. Big Tree were sitting in the hall. The 3 of them looked worried. Suddenly Xiao Licheng ran in, Leader, Deputy Leader Yuan is here. Wu Chengyu looked up and immediately responded, Invite him in. Xiao Licheng ran out. A few seconds later, he saw Yuan Tianxing walk in alone. Wu Chengyu and the others stood up. Xiao Yunlong gave up his single sofa and gestured to Yuan Tianxing, Please sit down. Then he moved a chair to the side and sat down. Yuan Tianxing sat down and looked at the depressed expressions of the others and asked with concern, Is Lingling's condition still not better? The 3 shook their heads. Ever since she drank the water given by Yuan Tianxing, Lingling's condition had stopped there. It was neither up nor down and she was still in a semi-conscious state. But after her body temperature dropped to 50 degrees, it stopped fluctuating. No matter how much she drank later, it didn't have any effect. So now Lingling's condition had stopped there. Liang Dashu thought of many ways but it was useless. After Meng Yu woke up in the hospital, she immediately came back. She recovered very quickly because she felt very guilty about Lingling being kidnapped by level 6 zombies. She had been taking care of Lingling since she came back. Yuan Tianxing was also very worried and said, "If this goes on, I don't know what the result will be." His words made the expressions of the other 3 people sink. Wu Chengyu quickly adjusted his expression and then asked Yuan Tianxing, "By the way, why did you suddenly come here?" Yuan Tianxing asked, "There's something I want to confirm with you. I don't know if you've heard, but your base's leader Yang seems to be secretly attacking my companions outside the base." Wu Chengyue's expression immediately became dignified when he heard this. He said, "Oh, yes. I've only just heard about this. In fact, seeing you come now, I also guessed that you should be here for this matter. I heard that Yang Chao secretly hooked up with a group of robbers outside. They seem to have made some kind of deal. Now those robbers have been heading in the direction you came from for a few days." Xiao Yunlong said, "I was about to send someone to inform you. I didn't expect you to get the news first." Yuan Tianxing asked anxiously, "Then, is this news true? Wouldn't Lin Feng and the others be in danger? Moreover, the other leaders of your base actually colluded with the robbers outside. Do you have any opinion on this matter?" Xiao Yunlong turned to look at Wu Chengyu. Wu Chengyu said, "We are currently trying our best to collect evidence about him. Without conclusive evidence, we can't do anything to him even if we have an opinion." Yuan Tianxing looked at him speechlessly. He had no way to refute what the other party said. He nodded and said, "Well, since you've confirmed that the information is true, I think I should go out of the base first. Sorry to disturb you." With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wu Chengyu and the rest also stood up. Wu Chengyu waved to him, "Wait a moment, let Yunlong go with you. I heard that the robbers Yang Chao is looking for are not ordinary robbers. There are estimated to be more than 2 level 6 ability users. You definitely can't deal with them alone." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Yunlong, who nodded. Yuan Tianxing looked at Wu Chengyu with some surprise. He didn't expect him to let Xiao Yunlong go back with him. Wu Chengyu saw his expression and said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that. Because of your help, Lingling's situation is not so bad now. It's just that I can't leave Lingling's side now, otherwise I can go with you to find Lin Feng and the others. So I can only let Xiao Yunlong do it for me." Yuan Tianxing nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Xiao Yunlong said at this time, "What are you thanking me for? You don't have to be so polite, you also helped us. Helping each other is what we should do, we are not ungrateful people." Yuan Tianxing nodded and said to Wu Chengyu, "Then we'll leave first, see you next time." Wu Chengyu sent him to the door. "If there is any accident, remember to send someone back to inform me." Yuan Tianxing, "Okay. Thank you." After watching Yuan Tianxing and Xiao Yunlong go out, Liang Dashu said, "I don't know what Yang Chao is going to do to you this time, aren't you going to fight back?" Wu Chengyue's expression turned cold. "When Lingling's matter is over, I will fight back. Does he really think I don't know anything? Humph." He knew a lot of Yang Chao's little tricks, but because it didn't have much effect on him. So he didn't pay attention to him and watched him as if he was a clown. The most important thing now was Lingling's matter. He would prepare to deal with Yang Chao's matter later. Liang Dashu said, "His actions are becoming more and more obvious and rampant, and he must know about Lingling's situation now. He probably wants to take advantage of Lingling's situation to come and make trouble. You have to be careful." Wu Chengyue's expression was cold, the elegance just now completely gone. "If he dares to lay a hand on Lingling, I will kill him." When he said the word kill, there was an oppressive murderous aura that flashed across his body. Liang Dashu looked at him and didn't say anything more. However, whether it was Yuan Tianxing, Wu Chengyu, or Yang Chao's side, they didn't know that Lin Feng and the others and Lin Xiao were almost at their Sea City base. Therefore, 2 hours later, when Lin Feng and the others entered Sea City base, they received news that Yuan Tianxing and the others had run out of Sea City. Moreover, they were looking for them. After coming out of the registration office, Lin Feng and the others were a little dumbfounded. "So, they missed us?" Cheng Wangxue said with a speechless expression. Lin Feng nodded and held his forehead helplessly. They came all the way to find Yuan Tianxing, but in the end, Yuan Tianxing ran out. Moreover, both sides had missed each other. They didn't bump into each other and directly missed each other. Lin Xiao stood at the side and said, "There's no need to worry about this, I can bring some people out to find them. You guys find a place to stay in this base first, and at the same time, find out how much Yuan Tianxing is doing here. Don't ask how she entered the base and passed those detectors, because she directly entered while invisible. No one noticed her at all, and she didn't need to do any registration. Therefore, the people in the base didn't know Lin Xiao was there. And when Tang He, the robber, came in, at least Yang Chao's people disguised him and covered him up." Hearing her words, Lin Feng felt inexplicably relieved. He said, "That's the only way." "You guys are more suitable than us to find people." Chen Yuting, who had brought them into the base to do the registration, said, "They shouldn't have gone far. It's more likely that we can find them now." Because it was Lin Feng and the others' first time entering the base, Chen Yuting and the others played the role of a host. They brought them to a place to register and find a place to apply for temporary accommodation. Chapter 302. Lin Xiao said to Chen Yuting, "Then please take them to a place to live. I'll find you when I come back." Chen Yuting nodded to her. Lin Xiao turned to Lin Feng and said, "You don't have to arrange a place for me to live, I don't need it. Pay attention to your own safety in the base, especially the girls. When I came in, I felt a lot of malicious eyes staring at us." She looked around. Because as a woman, in the base where 90% of the population was male and 10% female, young and beautiful women would always attract attention. Especially strange faces. Lin Wenwen and Cheng Wangxue were both good-looking. Although Long Qingying's facial features were not as delicate as them, her skin and temperament were very good. Even Mrs. Lin was a little older, but she still had her charm. There was no guarantee that some wretched people wouldn't stare at the older Mrs. Lin. Lin Feng and the others immediately turned to look around and found that there were some people secretly staring at them. Long Qingying's originally cold temperament suddenly dropped a few degrees. She raised her hand to hold the katana on her back and glanced around with murderous eyes. Immediately, half of those people's gazes retracted. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and nodded to Lin Xiao, "I know." After separating from them, Lin Xiao immediately walked to a public bathroom. Then, in a flash, he entered a state of invisibility, and silently walked out again. However, when she was halfway to the gate of the base, Little Man's voice suddenly came from the space. "Mama, mama, 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 tilde, 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 tilde." Little Man's voice sounded very anxious. Lin Xiao's footsteps came to a halt, and then he flashed into the space. As soon as she came in, she saw Little Man waving countless vines in the lake, stirring up the whole lake. Liu Jun and Qiu Lily were just sitting on the sofa, curiously looking at Little Man who suddenly made a fuss in the lake. And in the 3 spaces on the side, there were zombies number 1 to number 7 hiding. And Meng Meng hid in the small space of number 3 alone. The 8 zombies only stuck their heads out of the door, looking at Little Man in the lake with some horror. Because Qiu Lily complained about the dust on the road, she immediately asked to stay in the space. As a result, Meng Meng immediately pestered Lin Xiao. This time, she did not want Lin Xiao to let Qiu Lily out. Instead, she wanted her to go in as well. Lin Xiao asked for Qiu Lily's opinion and saw that she had no objections. Even Meng Meng was taken in. As a result, when he came in, he was also frightened by the little vine in the lake. Although Little Man didn't appear, Little Man's aura still made her a little nervous. Now that Little Man had appeared, Dreamy immediately rushed into the last space and refused to come out. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao appeared by the lake and asked Little Man, who had suddenly become excited for some unknown reason. Little Man immediately stretched out a vine in front of her, then wrapped it around her hand and said, "Mama, mama, mama tilde tilde tilde, take me to see Tiny Tot tilde tilde tilde." Little Man feels her tilde tilde tilde, she is not in a good condition now tilde tilde mama. Bring her in quickly. Lin Xiao looked at her jade-white tentacles in surprise. How can you feel Tiny Tot outside? Little Man said, the energy in Tiny Tot's body is about to explode. Because it is close. Little Man can feel it. Mema. Bring Tiny Tot in quickly. Although her current situation is suppressed by Little Man's energy, it will be a great burden to her body if it lasts for a long time. As she spoke, Little Man eagerly shook the vines in the lake. Seeing Little Man's anxious look, Lin Xiao had to agree with her. Okay, I'll go and find her home first. Anyway, even if she went out to chase Lin Feng, she was not in a hurry. Moreover, Tiny Tot's situation seemed to be very critical. She also wanted to see what was going on first. Little Man immediately became happy. Mema, hurry up. After coming out of the space, Lin Xiao continued to be invisible. Then, she looked left and right, found the tallest building nearby, and quickly climbed up. When she reached the top of the building, she stretched out her nose and sniffed around. Soon, she smelled the scent of Tiny Tot and Wu Chengyu, then turned around and jumped in the direction of Wu Chengyu's home. The distance from the outer area to the inner area was less than 2 kilometers, and Lin Xiao quickly entered the inner area. Then as she walked, she found that the place where Wu Chengyu lived was not in a high-end villa or a high-end apartment. Instead, he lived in a small building in an ordinary civilian area. Lin Xiao landed on the roof of Wu Chengyu's home, and then she felt that there were several level 5 paranormals guarding around Wu Chengyu's small building. In addition to Wu Chengyu, Tiny Tot, Meng Yu, and 2 strangers in the house. As she got closer, she also felt the chaotic energy in Tiny Tot's body. This familiar feeling was like the situation last time when the energy in Little Lu's body exploded. Was Tiny Tot going to awaken? No way. Tiny Tot was younger than Little Lu. How could she endure the awakening at this time? However, the energy in Tiny Tot's body felt a little familiar, as if it was the same as the energy in the lake in her space. But there seemed to be something else. Moreover, Tiny Tot's restless energy seemed to be suppressed by a familiar energy. Wasn't the energy that was suppressing Tiny Tot's energy from her lake? This was something she was familiar with. After noticing Tiny Tot's situation, Lin Xiao directly jumped from the roof to the balcony of the 3rd floor. Then she walked in from the door of the room on the balcony, passed through the study, and walked to the corridor of the 3rd floor. Lingling's room was on the 3rd floor, but there were 2 people in her room. Lin Xiao looked around and then walked to the door of Tiny Tot's room. The door was open, and she saw that in addition to Meng Yu, there was another woman in the room. Lin Xiao gently walked in and then walked to the side of Tiny Tot's bed. Looking at Tiny Tot covered with a thin layer of quilt, and his hands and feet were exposed. Her eyes were half closed, but her eyes were unfocused. On the bedside was a familiar-looking grass dragonfly. She made it up. She didn't expect this child to keep the grass dragonfly with him. Lin Xiao thought about it. She couldn't explain anything to Wu Chengyu now. But she couldn't just directly steal Tiny Tot, quietly take him away. Her eyes turned, and suddenly flashed into space. Then she found a piece of paper and wrote a sentence on it. Cho Lily and the other zombies saw her suddenly appear again, and then find a piece of paper on the desk to write something, and then disappeared again. After Lin Xiao came out, she stood by the bed. She reached out and gently grabbed Tiny Tot's little hand, and then with a flash, disappeared. Then a piece of paper floated to the empty bed. The moment Tiny Tot disappeared, Meng Yu and Mo Li suddenly turned their heads and looked at the bed at the same time. As a result, they saw that Tiny Tot, who was originally lying on the bed, had disappeared. Chapter 303. Lingling. Where's Lingling? Meng Yu jumped up and rushed to the bed. Looking at the empty bed, Mo Li's expressionless face was also dumbfounded. Meng Yu looked at the piece of paper on the bed and picked it up. It wrote, "I'll take care of Lingling's situation. I don't have time to explain it to you now. Please wait for me to come back. Lin." A few seconds later, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard coming from outside the room. Then, Wu Chengyu appeared at the door. What happened to Lingling? Why did her aura suddenly disappear? Then, he looked at the empty bed and his eyes widened. His handsome face immediately turned ferocious. Where's Lingling? Meng Yu turned around and raised the piece of paper in her hand. I don't know what happened either. Lingling suddenly disappeared, but a piece of paper appeared. Wu Chengyu hurried in and took the piece of paper from her hand. After seeing the words, he forced himself to calm down and analyze the words on the piece of paper. What does it mean? Who wants to take Lingling away? Lin. Who is Lin? Liang Dashu walked over and looked at the words on the piece of paper. He comforted him. Calm down first. Maybe the other party doesn't have any bad intentions. Wu Chengyu held the piece of paper tightly and closed his eyes. Then, he stared at the words on the piece of paper and said, "It must be Yang Chao. Not many people know about Lingling's situation. He said he would take care of Lingling's situation. Does he think I'm stupid? Would I believe him?" The air pressure around him became unstable and waves of murderous intent leaked out. Liang Dashu said calmly, "Calm down first. First, who is this Lin? Find out first and then make a judgment. Of course, you can start with Yang Chao. Second, the other party doesn't seem to have any bad intentions and didn't threaten you. He also said to wait for him to come back. This means that he will come back to find you. Third." At this point, he paused and turned to Mo Li and Meng Yu. "Did you two feel anything when Lingling disappeared? Calm down and think about it." Hearing Liang Dashu's words, Meng Yu and Mo Li looked at each other. Meng Yu forced herself to calm down and think about the situation just now. Because for a moment, she felt an aura appear and then quickly disappear. When she looked up, Lingling was nowhere to be seen. The other party only appeared for a moment before disappearing. I think it should be a spatial ability. If the other party's ability is to turn invisible, it's impossible for him to pick up Lingling in an instant without us noticing anything. Mo Li said, "I didn't sense any malicious thoughts or emotions, but I felt a trace of anxiety and confusion. I had a feeling that the person who came here knew about Lingling's current situation. Before he came, he probably didn't know much about it. As for why you're so anxious, I think you should think about it, leader. Who else would treat Lingling well? Maybe we should look on the bright side." Seeing Mo Li finish her words coldly, Wu Chengyu calmed down a little. He looked at the words in his hand and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lin. Moreover, there was a space arcanist. Hey, didn't he meet such a person before returning to the base? Wu Chengyu immediately remembered the person who snatched his zombie king's corpse core in the Shihu district of Hangzhou. In the end, he fought with the other party, but he lost. Although he bit the other party at that time, that woman, she can turn invisible and also has a spatial ability. Could it be her? Wu Chengyu suddenly said, "I'm going to find someone." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the door. He was going to find that Lu Tianyi and ask him if he knew anything. The others saw him suddenly turn around and immediately followed him out. On the other side, Lin Xiao grabbed Tiny Tot as she flashed into the spatial ability and quickly hugged her. She looked down at Tiny Tot's half-closed eyes and softly called out, "Tiny Tot?" But Tiny Tot didn't have any reaction. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly squatted down on one knee. She put Tiny Tot's body on her lap and held him with one hand. Then she used her other hand to take off the hat and sunglasses on her head. She looked at Tiny Tot with a pair of dark green eyes and shouted again, "Tiny Tot? Do you recognize me?" Miraculously, Tiny Tot's eyes changed a little this time. But it only flashed slightly and then returned to the original situation. Lin Xiao could only carry her and walk to the lake. She said to Little Man, "Little Man, Tiny Tot is about to awaken his ability. What do you think?" Little Man waved a few thick vines and came over. 3 of them separated and gently wrapped around Tiny Tot's body. Another one touched Lin Xiao. "Mema, Don't worry little man will successfully awaken Tiny Tot Lin Xiao nodded and then let little man take Tiny Tot into the lake. Liu Jun and Qiu Lili both came to Lin Xiao's side. Neither of them knew Tiny Tot. They curiously asked, "Is this the Tiny Tot you just told little man about? Whose child is it? What's wrong?" Lin Xiao said, "It's the little princess of Haicheng Base. I don't know why she suddenly awakened her ability." Liu Jun asked, "Little princess? Is it the leader's daughter? Do you and little man know her?" She knew that Lin Xiao wouldn't bring the little princess of the base in for no reason and let little man help her. And it was even more impossible for little man to have any reaction to people from the outside world. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, before I met you. Speaking of which, it was this body's fault." Liu Jun and Qiu Lili looked at her curiously. But Lin Xiao didn't say much to them. She just said, "Oh, I'll tell you when I have time. I have to go out of the base to get Yuan Tianxing back first." Liu Jun and Qiu Lili looked at her even more strangely. "Huh? That Yuan Tianxing isn't in Haicheng Base? Where did he go?" Lin Xiao shook her head. "He's not there. After checking the entry and exit records, I found that they left the base 2 hours ago. I need to go find them now." Liu Jun and Qiu Lili looked at each other and suddenly didn't know what to say. Lin Xiao watched Tiny Tot being brought into the lake by little man. She was a little worried. Fortunately, little man had helped Lin Xiaolu awaken once last time, so there shouldn't be any problems this time. Knowing that she couldn't help here, Lin Xiao could only turn around and leave the space. She continued to rush out of the base, hoping to find Yuan Tianxing and the others quickly. Chapter 304. But not long after she turned around and left the base, little man's voice suddenly came from the space again. "Mommy, come in mommy, come in Lin Xiao had to come out and immediately went back in. She stood by the lake and asked, "What's wrong, man?" A vine came out of the lake and wrapped around her hand. "Mommy, come down Xiao Budian's condition has been suppressed for too long now man can't control it mommy. Come down and help Lin Xiao asked in surprise, "What can I do to help?" She wouldn't help others awaken their abilities. Lin Xiao continued to ask, "Didn't you help Xiao Lu awaken last time? Why can't you do it this time?" Man thought about it and said, Last time sister Xiao Lu's condition was very short. So man could control her energy but this time Xiao Budian's condition has been for many days although I've been suppressing it but things can go the other way I've suppressed too much energy man is afraid that Xiao Budian's little body can't take it Lin Xiao heard this and became a bit anxious. "What should I do? Can you do anything if I go down?" Man said, "Mommy, come down. Man will transfer a part of Xiao Budian's energy to mommy this will reduce the danger to Xiao Budian Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay then." But she thought for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." Then she turned around and waved at Qiu Lili. "Lili, come here." Qiu Lili and Liu Junjing were sitting on the sofa watching her. She saw Lin Xiao waving at her. Seeing Lin Xiao waving at her, she immediately got up and flashed to Lin Xiao's side. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "I'm going down to the lake to help Man, so I can't go find Yuan Tianxing and the others. You're a wind type, so you're the fastest. Can you go out and help me stop them?" Qiu Lili knew Yuan Tianxing and the others, and Yuan Tianxing and the others also knew Qiu Lili. So Lin Xiao felt that if she couldn't go, it would be better for Qiu Lili to go. Because she was a wind ability zombie, and now she was level 7. Her speed was at least several times faster than her own car. He could fly directly from the top of the tree. Qiu Lili thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I'll go." "Awoo, I'm going too." At this moment, Meng, who had been hiding in Subspace 3, suddenly jumped out and hid behind Qiu Lili. At the same time, he carefully stared at the little vine in the lake. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll send you out now." Saying that, she immediately pulled the 2 zombie girls out of the space, then let go of them and came back in. As soon as Qiu Lili came out, She immediately leaped to the top of the tallest tree around. Meng Meng looked at her from the ground. Then, the two of them flashed away one after the other. After entering the space, Lin Xiao wanted to take off his clothes. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned around. She saw a few heads poking out from the small space to look at her. "All of you, go in." Lin Xiao shouted at them and continued, "If you dare to look at me undressing, I'll let little man drag you into the lake." As soon as she finished speaking, the heads disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiao felt relieved and took off his clothes, then stepped into the water. When Lin Xiao was undressing, Liu Jun covered Tong Tong's eyes and carried him to the side. After Lin Xiao entered the water, she felt the energy in the lake surging. When she was in the deep water, little man wrapped a vine as thick as a baby's arm around her waist and dragged her down. Under the water, Lin Xiao saw that little man's vines had wrapped a small human cocoon underneath. The human cocoon was reflecting a strong light. The white light shone from inside the human cocoon, turning the human cocoon into a shining white egg. It looked very cute, but Lin Xiao felt a surge of energy inside. As he said that, he wrapped his hands in a ball of water and rubbed them together. Kong Qingming also leaned over and stretched out his hands that were covered in mud and grass. "Give me some too." Lu Tianyi raised one of his hands and placed a ball of clean water on top of his hands, palm facing downwards. Kong Qingming washed his hands in the ball of water that did not fall, and the two walked out of the vegetable shed together. Chapter 305. There was a simple pergola outside the vegetable shed, which was used to shelter from the sun and rest. At this time, Wu Chengyu and the others were standing in the pergola, looking around at the surrounding crops. Lu Tianyi and Wu Chengyu came out of the vegetable shed and walked towards them. "Leader Wu, what's the matter? Do you need to come to the shanty area to find me?" he said to Wu Chengyu. In fact, it was quite far from Special Area A to the shanty area in Special Area C. It would take half an hour to walk there. And it was noon, when the sun was very hot. Wu Chengyu turned around and saw him, then looked around. Seeing that there was no one else, he said, "I want to ask you, how much do you know about the woman named Lin in Hangzhou?" Lu Tianyi looked at him in surprise and asked strangely, "Hey, why are you asking about her?" He thought to himself, could it be that Leader Wu already knows that the big sister is Lu Tianyu? Now he came to ask me for information, and was he going to deal with her? Thinking of this, Lu Tianyi's heart sank slightly. But there was no change in his expression. At this time, Wu Chengyu took out a note and handed it to him. He said, "I want you to help me see if this handwriting is hers." Lu Tianyi took the note curiously, but when he looked at it, he found that it was in unfamiliar handwriting. He knew what Lu Tianyu's handwriting looked like, but it was definitely not as sharp and imposing as the one in his hand. It was not the handwriting of the same person at all. Lu Tianyi asked doubtfully, "Who wrote this?" "I don't know." "And what's the matter with the content? Was Miss Lingling taken away again?" He couldn't be blamed for using the word again, because everyone in the base knew that Lingling was often taken away by bad people. And then she came back safe and sound. It was amazing. Wu Changyue's expression faded slightly and he said, "This is the note she left. I want to know now. What's your relationship with her and how much do you know about her? What kind of person is she?" "She's not a person." Lu Tianyi replied silently in his heart, but he said with a smile, "Hey, are you sure this was left by her? Also, please tell me where Miss Lingling was taken away from." Wu Chengyu said, "The other party has the space and can come and go without a trace. Other than the woman I met last time, the only one who could successfully kidnap Lingling without leaving a trace was the woman I met last time. No one has ever done it before. Not only did that woman steal his zombie core silently, but from this point, he could feel that it was the same way as this time." On the way here, Wu Chengyu calmed down and analyzed. The more he thought about the space ability user he met in Hangzhou, the closer he felt he was. If it was really her, She wouldn't harm Lingling this time since she had already saved Lingling once. However, he couldn't understand why someone would steal Lingling from his house. What a strange woman. If you wanted to save my daughter, why didn't you just tell me first? Would it kill you to die? Did they want to scare him to death by suddenly taking him away? After thinking it through, Wu Chengyu felt relieved. As long as the other party was not one of Yang Chao's men, there shouldn't be any big problems. So now he had to figure out something else. Lu Tianyi listened to what he said and thought it made sense. He suddenly muttered to himself in a low voice, "So, she's back in the base." Wu Chengyu and the others looked at him, not understanding what Lu Tianyi meant. "Since you know her, you should know why she took Lingling away, right? I want to say, with Lingling's current condition, whether it's a doctor or a healing ability user, it's useless. That woman called Lin, what can she do?" Lu Tianyi looked up at him, the lake in Lin Xiao's space flashing in his mind. She has a magical lake. Actually, I don't know what method she used to help Miss Lingling, and I don't know what Miss Lingling's condition is. It's hard for me to say. Lu Tianyi pointed to the content on the paper and continued, and she seems to know Miss Lingling's condition very well. Even you can't do anything? Wu Chengyu looked around and confirmed that there was no one suspicious. Then he said to him, "Lingling suddenly awakened her ability on the day she returned to the base. It was a special kind of water that we asked for from someone else that suppressed Lingling's condition. But after so many days, Lingling's condition hasn't improved. But fortunately, it hasn't worsened." Hearing Wu Chengyu's words, Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming both widened their eyes and blurted out in disbelief, "What? Awakened?" Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming looked at each other and confirmed that they really didn't hear wrong before saying, "How could it be? Miss Lingling is still so young, how could she awaken her ability?" Wu Chengyu sighed and asked him, "I also want to know the answer to this question. But that woman called Lin took Lingling away, where are we going to find her now?" Lu Tianyi looked at him blankly and said, Leader, to be honest, I don't know either. Actually, she told me before that she wouldn't come back to High City. Now that she suddenly appeared, I don't even know what the situation is. Maybe we can only find out when we find her in person." He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this Wu Chengyu didn't discover his sister's identity. Hearing Lu Tianyi's words, Wu Chengyu's heart sank. But his handsome face didn't show anything. At this moment, Xiao Liqing ran over from afar. "Leader, I found it." The others immediately looked at him. Xiao Liqing looked at Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming and hesitated for a moment. Wu Chengyu said, "It's okay, you can say it." Xiao Liqing took out a piece of paper with some names and information written on it. He said, "A group of people came back this morning. It's Chen Yuting and his team members from the Wind Court team. But his other team leader, Lu Changfeng, his sister Lu Ting, and 2 other team members were not seen. Besides them, there's another team with them. The leader is called Lin Feng, and he seems to be looking for the previous deputy leader Yuan." Wu Chengyu and Meng Yu looked at him in surprise. "What did you say? Lin Feng? Is he also from the original Netherworld King's base?" Lu Tianyi didn't know about Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng and looked at Kong Qingming blankly. Kong Qingming knew a little about Yuan Tianxing and the Netherworld King's base. He said, Is it the Yuan Tianxing who posted a mission to go to the center of Kung State to build a base? I heard that the treatment he gave was very good, but the location was in the center of Zombie City. So many people went to consult him, but there were also many people who came back. Only then did Lu Tianyi understand a little. However, what was the relationship between his sister and these people from the original Netherworld King's base? Chapter 306. Hearing Xiao Liqing's words, Wu Chengyu took the list and looked at it. Sure enough, there were several people with the surname Lin on the list. Why are they in the base? Didn't they say that someone had already attacked them outside? Also, Yuan Tianxing and the others left the base in the morning. Why didn't we meet them on the way? Only Wu Chengyu and Liang Dashu knew that Yang Chao had found people to attack Yuan Tianxing and his comrades. The others didn't know. Hearing this, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Xiao Liqing said, maybe they didn't take the same route. As for why Lin Feng's team appeared here, I'm not sure yet. At the moment, I'm not sure, but at least I can confirm that they weren't attacked like you said, leader. Or perhaps, they were attacked, but they couldn't do anything to them. Wu Chengyu looked at the list and wanted to match the name of the woman named Lin with the name on the list. But everyone's age was recorded on the list, so Wu Chengyu found that only a girl named Lin Wenwen was more likely. Is this Lin Wenwen in the base now? He pointed to Lin Wenwen on the list and asked. If it was really this person, she shouldn't be in the base. If she was in the base, then was Lingling with her? Xiao Liqing nodded and said, she is in the base. None of the people who came in have left. Wu Chengyue's expression darkened and he turned to look at him. Do you think this woman is still in the base? Xiao Liqing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and continued, right, Huang Ming is back. And his with Lin Feng's team. Li Zhang and the others who left with Huang Ming's team are also with him. Wu Chengyu said in surprise, they found Lin Feng's team? Xiao Liqing said, they should have. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned to the base together. Wu Chengyu immediately turned around and said, go find Lin Wenwen and meet these people. Then, he left with the others. Thus, Lu Tianyi, who was called out for no reason and didn't understand the situation. Just like that, he watched in bewilderment as Wu Chengyu quickly left with his men to look for the woman named Lin Wenwen. However, Lu Tianyi was puzzled. What did those people from the Netherworld King's base have to do with his sister? Just because of the word Lin? Lu Tianyi thought that Lin Xiao had said the word Lin to fool Wu Chengyu. It was just that he didn't expect Wu Chengyu to associate this word with a group of people from other places. Kong Qingming, who had been observing from the beginning to the end, placed his left hand across his chest. With his right elbow against his left palm, he rubbed his chin while curiously watching Wu Chengyu and the others leave in a hurry. Looks like someone is stirring up trouble, and it actually involved Chief Wu. However, it shouldn't really be the one from your family, right? After all, she really did have space. This possibility was very high. Lu Tianyi. How would I know? Kong Qingming loosened his grip and clapped his hands. He said, I'll go and investigate the situation. I'll leave the rest to you. With that said, he reached out and patted Lu Tianyi on the shoulder, and then chased after Wu Chengyu and the others. Lu Tianyi, who was thrown down to do additional work, did he have to be so brazen just to watch the show? At this time, Lin Xiao, who was still in the space, felt an external energy entering her body. At the same time, there was also a suction force that was drawing out the ability in her mind. Because she believed that Little Man wouldn't harm her, she let the suction force draw out her energy. Little Man drew Lin Xiao's energy to her side, and then used her own energy to separate the violent energy in Tiny Tot's body. Most of Tiny Tot's energy converged into her little head, and a large portion was conducted by Little Man, and then transferred to Lin Xiao's body. Without Lin Xiao as a transition body, the energy in Tiny Tot's body would probably explode. Even if Little Man could try to help her guide it out, it was too dangerous. If she didn't control it well, it would cause Tiny Tot's energy to explode. On the other side, Yuan Tianxing and the others drove two modified off-road vehicles out of Shanghai and entered Jiaxing City. Halfway through the journey, the people who were driving were suddenly intercepted by a white figure that descended from the sky. There was a sudden braking sound, and Du Yuanxing's forehead almost hit the steering wheel. The other people in the car also rolled forward, and then swayed left and right. Ouch, my neck. I say, old Du, can't you give me a heads up in advance? Lin Yu, who was at the back, hit the back of Du Yuanxing's seat. Then he tilted his head and said with a grin, fuck. Do you think I want to? The car is still driving, it's 80 miles per hour, and suddenly a person ran out and blocked the front of the car. It's already very good that I can step on the brakes, Du Yuanxing said with a frightened face. As a result, When he saw the white figure in front of the car, he said in surprise, "Her? Isn't that Cho Lily? Who is Cho Lily?" Lin Yu, who was at the back, twisted his neck and asked. But Yuan Tianxing, who was in the front passenger seat, immediately opened the door and got out. Seeing Yuan Tianxing get out, Du Yuanxing and the others also got out. Xiao Yunlong, who was at the back, stopped the car 2 meters behind Yuan Tianxing's car, and then the people in the car also opened the door and got out. When Yuan Tianxing saw Cho Lily, the expression on his face was very happy. He hurriedly walked in front of her, looked at her anxiously and asked, "Why are you here? Where are Lin Feng and the others?" Cho Lily looked at him excitedly coming over and took 2 steps back. Seeing her action, Yuan Tianxing finally reacted. He remembered that Cho Lily did not like to be close to them. "You don't have to go back, because the person you are looking for is now in Sea City Base." Cho Lily stared at him with a pair of beautiful black and red eyes. With that, she leaped onto the roof of the car that Yuan Tianxing and the others were in. Following her movement, the others also turned their heads and shifted their gaze to the roof of the car. Yuan Tianxing was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked up at her in surprise and said, "You mean, Lin Feng and the others have already arrived at Sea City Base? How come I didn't know?" Cho Lily played with her 2 long black hair as she replied, "They arrived half an hour ago. At that time, you had already left the base for almost 2 hours. So I came to chase you back." Hearing her say this, Yuan Tianxing's heart that had been in his throat finally relaxed. He said, "So, Lin Feng and the others are all right?" Cho Lily shook her head. "They're fine." Yuan Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great." I originally heard the news that someone was preparing to deal with Lin Feng and the others. I was afraid that something would happen to them, so I wanted to go back and see the situation first. I didn't expect you to arrive at the base first. Cho Lily shook her head and said, "Well, I've already stopped them. You guys quickly turn around and go back." As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head and stuck her tongue out at Xiao Tsulong, who was on the other side. She made a face at him, then disappeared in a flash. Chapter 307. Xiao Yunlong, who was grimaced, he silently put away the faintly flashing ability in his hand, then walked to Yuan Tianxing's side and asked him with a dumbfounded look, "If I'm not wrong, her eyes, it was a pair of zombie eyes, and the pupil in the middle was a ruby red. This was a zombie king that was at least level 6 or above." Yuan Tianxing then noticed Xiao Yunlong's current state. He saw that his whole body was tense, and was probably ready to make a move when he saw Cho Lily. But he probably saw him talking to Cho Lily, so he held back. "Oh, relax, relax. Don't worry, she won't hurt us," Yuan Tianxing hurriedly said to him with a smile. Xiao Yunlong still looked at him in surprise and said, "You mean, she's real?" It's not really what he thought, but she can talk. I must have guessed wrong. Yuan Tianxing looked at the surprised and confused expression of the tall man and said with a smile, "Yes, it's what you think. But I'm suddenly relieved to see her. Her appearance here means that Lin Feng and the others are really fine." Because he heard Yang Fengyu say that Yang Chao secretly sent people, the other side would certainly not just send 1 or 2 people. And the strength of the people sent would certainly not be lower than a level 6 ability user, so Lin Feng and the others really did not have the strength to resist. Even if he thought of Lin Qiao and Cho Lily, Yuan Tianxing was still very worried. Because it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. If the other side took advantage of their inattention to launch a sneak attack, then Cho Lily might not be able to defend herself. And Lin Qiao also went to the central area of Hangzhou, and it was not known if he had returned. Therefore, the strongest people around Lin Feng and Cho Lily were Lin Feng and Cho Lily. If it was 1 or 2 level 6 ability users, then Lin Feng and the others could still deal with it. But thinking that Yang Chao colluded with the robbers outside, these people had too many means, their strength was certainly not too low, and they were some fierce and cruel people. People who could survive for a long time outside the end of the world were still very dangerous. Xiao Yunlong's face was still full of confusion. You said, she is who I think? Are you sure? Yuan Tianxing nodded and said, yes, she is a level 6 zombie king. But, so she could speak? Didn't you just say RRRR before? Xiao Yunlong stared at him and then at his subordinates. He said, why are you all discussing here so calmly? Don't you think, talking zombies, very magical? Xiao Yunlong also had the same expression as his subordinates in the car. Yuan Tianxing smiled and nodded. Oh, yeah. It was amazing. But we've already been shocked, half a month ago. All right, we should turn around. With that, he reached out and patted Xiao Yunlong on the shoulder, then turned around and got in the car. Du Yuanxing and the others immediately retreated back into the car. Then, they started the car and turned around, leaving Xiao Yunlong with an expression of oh my god, how could there be such a thing? He turned to look at his men in the car. I think we should go back and revise our worldview. Everyone in the car nodded in unison. At that moment, Yuan Tianxing's car turned around and stopped next to him. By the way, about Lily, I hope Deputy Leader Xiao and everyone won't spread it out for the time being. I believe it won't be long before everyone knows of their existence. Yuan Tianxing stuck his head out of the front passenger window and said to Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong came back to his senses and asked him with some puzzlement, won't be long? Why? Yuan Tianxing just smiled and then retreated back into the car without saying anything. The car stirred up a cloud of dust and then drove off in the direction it came from. Xiao Yunlong blankly watched Yuan Tianxing's car leave, and then turned back to look at his people again. Then he turned around and got into the car. I think I need some time alone. On the other side, Lin Xiao did not know how long it had been. She only felt that her whole body was burning hot and very uncomfortable. The energy in her mind was constantly being drawn away by Little Man, and there was another energy entering her body from the other side. But as time went by, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that there was a strange force coming in along with the energy that entered her body. Lin Xiao felt that if she was not mistaken, it seemed to be a kind of vitality. This discovery made Lin Xiao jump in fright. Could this be Tiny Tot's vitality? How could her vitality spread to her side? Moreover, now that Tiny Tot's vitality was on her side, would something happen to Tiny Tot? Just as Lin Xiao was feeling anxious, she felt that this vitality had stopped. The energy from before also stopped. Then Lin Xiao felt that there was a sudden surge of energy around her, and then instantly shrank back. After the surroundings calmed down, Little Man's vines slowly loosened her, leaving only one around her waist. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and saw the little person opposite her. Tiny Tot's eyes were closed, her long hair fluttering in the water. A faint crystal on her forehead was disappearing. It should be said that it had sunk under the skin of her forehead. At this time, Little Man's voice came, Mama, take Tiny Tot up Little Man is tired Little Man wants to sleep Then Lin Xiao felt that her body and Tiny Tot's body were lifted up, and then came out of the water. After Little Man lifted them out of the water, she let go of the two people. Then the vine tentacles retracted into the bottom of the lake. Lin Xiao quickly carried Tiny Tot over, and then swam towards the shore with her. On the shore, Liu Jun was waiting with two big bath towels. After Lin Xiao carried Tiny Tot out of the water, she covered Tiny Tot with a bath towel. Then she picked up another one and covered Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao handed Tiny Tot to Liu Jun and said, she's fine now. You take her to bed first. Liu Jun took Tiny Tot, but did not immediately turn around and leave. Instead, she looked at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Lin Xiao wrapped the bath towel around her body, preparing to wipe the water off her body. Seeing Liu Jun's expression, she stopped and looked at her. What's wrong? Liu Jun moved her nose closer to Lin Xiao's body and sniffed. Then she said, it feels a little strange. I don't know if there's something wrong with my nose. Lin Xiao was baffled by her actions. She raised her arm and sniffed herself like she had done. She didn't find anything wrong. What's wrong? You have a puzzled expression on your face. Liu Jun took a step back, looked at her and thought for a moment. Then she replied, "Ian, your strength has increased again. I feel that it's not a good thing for you to grow too fast." Lin Xiao felt the energy in her body and nodded. "Ian, the energy is a little unstable." Chapter 308. Maybe it was because the energy in her mind had just been transferred from Tiny Tot, and she didn't have much energy left. That was why the new energy was surging very actively in her mind, causing an unstable situation. Liu Jun turned around and carried Tiny Tot to the sofa. She still had a confused expression on her face. She didn't say that there was another problem with Lin Xiao's unstable energy. It was that her aura had changed again. There was a strange smell in her original aura. This smell was different from the zombie smell on Lin Xiao's body. It seemed to have a kind of vitality in it. But it didn't smell like a living person's. And judging from Lin Xiao's reaction just now, she didn't seem to notice this. Also, Lin Xiao's smell was a bit like Tiny Tot's. Lin Xiao looked at her back in confusion. Then, she smelled herself strangely and began to put on her clothes. After quickly putting on her clothes, Lin Xiao walked over. "How long have we been down there?" Liu Jun looked at Tong Tong, who was sitting next to her and playing happily, so she let him play. Then, she held Tiny Tot and dried his hair. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Liu Jun looked at the watch in her hand and said, "Almost 3 days." Hearing this, Lin Xiao was a little surprised. 3 days have passed. So long. No wonder little man is so tired that she wants to sleep. Liu Jun nodded. Then Lily and the others should be back, right? It seems that I should return Tiny Tot first. I only left a note when I brought her in. I don't know what that man will do. Lin Xiao suddenly thought that Cho Lily and the others had brought people back, so they probably wouldn't enter the base. Thinking about this, she walked to the sofa and watched Liu Jun dry Tiny Tot's dripping hair. Although it wasn't dry, at least it wasn't dripping anymore. Tiny Tot was fine now, but he hadn't slept yet. He would probably be fine once he woke up. Lin Xiao walked to the wardrobe, found a bigger t-shirt, and put it on Tiny Tot. "I'll go out and bring Lily in first, then send Tiny Tot back." Liu Jun looked at her and nodded. Lin Xiao turned around and went out in a flash. Then, she turned invisible and went up to a building outside. He stood on the rooftop and tried to sense Cho Lily and Mengmeng's location. Then, he leaped out of the building towards them. Cho Lily and Mengmeng were not far away. At most, they were a few hundred meters away from the base's walls. Because one of them could turn invisible, and the other was too powerful, she could retract her aura. Even the 3 level 7 arcanists in the base would not be able to sense them. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived in front of them. Cho Lily and Mengmeng were squatting on the roof of a building, silently counting ants in the corridor on the top floor. "I don't know what happened to our Xiao. He went in for so long. It's been 3 days, and he still hasn't come out," Cho Lily said with a pout as she held a small branch and chased a straggler back into the group. "Raw tilde tilde tilde, she brought her little sister inside," Mengmeng suddenly said. Cho Lily said, "Well, I don't know who that little guy is. Why did our Xiao save her?" Raw tilde, I've seen this little girl before. The little sister that she had snatched away last time. Mengmeng said angrily. Cho Lily looked at her strangely. "Hey, when did you get together with that little girl again?" However, Mengmeng did not say anything. She just silently stared at the ants walking on the ground. Cho Lily looked at her blankly. Seeing that Mengmeng did not say anything, she could only lower her head and continue counting the ants. In the end, she saw that the one that she had just rushed back had run out again. Lin Xiao appeared in front of them and said, "She's the one that kidnapped that little guy when I went to Hangzhou last time. If I hadn't seen it, I don't know how much suffering that little guy would have suffered with her." As soon as she appeared, Cho Lily and Mengmeng immediately turned around. Then, they directly jumped up from the ground. "Wow, you're finally out. You've become stronger again, Cho Lily said happily when she saw her. Then, she circled around Lin Xiao twice with slight confusion, looking her up and down. Lin Xiao nodded and raised her hand to show her claws. She said, "You can say that, but I don't seem to have increased my level. But I feel that my body's strength has indeed increased again." As she said that, she suddenly waved her hand outside. Woo tilde, a whistling sound that cut through the air rang out. Then, they saw that in the direction that Lin Xiao waved her hand, the corner of another building suddenly tilted and slowly slid down. Boom tilde, the corner of the building fell from the sky and then smashed onto the ground. It was smashed into pieces and sent up a cloud of dust. Lin Xiao visually estimated the distance between the building and her current position. It was at least 20 meters away. Cho Lily and Meng Meng also looked at her in shock, then looked at the building that was missing a corner. The piece that was missing from the roof was very smooth. It was like a giant knife that had sliced off a piece of tofu. Your claw is no longer a zombie's claw. But why can your claw cut so far and mine can't? Cho Lily looked at her with a face full of envy, then she also extended her claw and waved it outwards. In the end, there was nothing. Meng Meng also imitated her actions and waved her hand, but the result was the same. There was nothing. At this time, Lin Xiao turned her claw over and her palm faced upwards. A wisp of black qi rose from his palm and spread into a small cloud of black mist. It floated above her palm. Seeing the black fog that Lin Xiao had released, even though it was only a small ball, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. However, Meng Meng and Cho Lily subconsciously took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from the black mist-like presence in her hand. Meng Meng hid behind Cho Lily. Lin Xiao herself did not feel threatened by the black mist. She looked at the two in front of her and subconsciously retreated. He asked, "Is it really that scary?" After saying that, she retracted the black mist. Cho Lily said, "You should catch a level 6 zombie king and try it. Then you'll know." With that, she and Lin Xiao looked at Meng Meng, who was behind her. "Raw, no. Don't grab me." Meng Meng's hair stood on end when she was stared at by them. In a flash, she disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiao closed his eyes slightly and saw a ball of green energy quickly flash outside. She opened her eyes and said to Meng Meng, "Okay, I'm going to take Lily into the space. If you keep hiding, I won't care about you." Cho Lily knew that Meng Meng could become invisible, but she did not expect that Lin Xiao could see Meng Meng after she became invisible. "You can see her?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes." However, Meng Meng did not immediately run back. Instead, she squatted on another building and looked in her direction. Lin Xiao was too lazy to care about the naughty child. She had just said something casually and ran so far away. She asked Cho Lily, "By the way, are Yuan Tianxing and the others in the base now?" Cho Lily nodded and said, "Yes, I saw them go in." Chapter 309. After confirming that Yuan Tianxing had returned, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "All right, I'll bring you into the space. Come." She pulled Cho Lily into the space, then came out in stealth mode and quietly moved to Meng Meng's side. Then, when she was not paying attention, she suddenly pulled her into the space. After bringing Cho Lily and Meng Meng into the space, Lin Xiao came out again. She stealthily sneaked toward the direction of the base, then slipped into the small door at the entrance of the base without anyone knowing. The entrance of the base was not always closed. During the day, a small door would be open, and it would only close at night. A large number of soldiers were stationed around the entrance, and more than 3 rank 5 metahumans were assigned to watch the door. There was also more than one entrance in the entire base. There were 4 entrances in the north, south, east, and west. Above the entrance, there was a high sentry post. The people on guard were also metahumans, and all of them were rank 4 nature-type metahumans. Because nature-type metahumans had stronger senses, they would be able to detect any movement outside the base in time. Unless it was a rank 5 zombie leader or a rank 6 king, It would be impossible to escape the detection of a rank 4 nature-type metahuman. But rank 5 and rank 6 zombies were highly intelligent, and would not randomly come to the base. Because there were many metahumans in the base, and there were even rank 7 metahumans here. So even if there was a small door open, with so many metahumans guarding it, the high-level zombies did not dare to approach. Because when the base was first built, there were still many high-level zombies who risked their lives for the living in the base after the zombies were wiped out. But in the end, they were all killed and their zombie cores were taken. Gradually, the high-level zombies learned their lesson and did not dare to go anymore. After entering the base, Lin Xiao went in the direction of the smell coming from Lin Feng and the others. When he arrived, he found out that they were in a small district in Area D. However, Lin Xiao saw countless soldiers standing below Lin Feng's building. Why were there so many soldiers guarding the civilian area? Lin Xiao passed through the soldiers as if there was no one around and went upstairs. When he reached the floor where Lin Feng and the others were, he realized that the soldiers were coming for them. There were a few suites on this floor, and Lin Feng and the others lived in 2 of the suites. There were several armed soldiers standing at the entrance of the 2 suites. He carried his gun and stood guard there. What was going on? Lin Xiao did not understand. Where did these soldiers come from? What are you waiting here for? The doors to Lin Feng's room were closed. Lin Xiao leaned against the door and listened to the movements inside. Xiao Lu, go get a glass of water. It was Cheng Wangshue's voice. Oh Lin Xiaolu responded. It's almost time to eat. The pancakes are ready. Lin Hao, take these to the opposite room. Mrs. Lin's voice comes. Are those soldiers still guarding outside? This was Lin Hao's voice. I think so, but that man's daughter went missing. Why do you think we did it? And the person he's looking for seems to be Miss Lu, right? Lin Wenwen replied. Who knows? Miss Lu hasn't come back yet. No one knows if she took the daughter away. Mrs. Lin said. This is someone else's base and he's the boss here. Whatever he says is true. But who is the Lin he's talking about? Lin Hao said. From Leader Wu's description, it does seem like Miss Lu. She has space and can be invisible. And she left because of an emergency? Lin Feng's voice came. But speaking of which, Yuan Tianxing and the others are back. Where did Miss Lu and the others go? Lin Xiao then realized that these soldiers were left behind by Wu Chengyu. She turned to listen to the opposite door and heard Yuan Tianxing, Du Yuanxing, and Lu Junjie talking inside. At this moment, the door of the Lin's room opened and Lin Xiao immediately dodged to the side. Seeing Lin Hao open the door, the surrounding soldiers just glanced at him. They didn't do anything. Lin Hao glanced at them, then walked to the opposite room and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened. It was Lin Yu who opened the door and saw Lin Hao outside. Wow, there's food. In the next second, his eyes were glued to the plate in Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao handed it to him. Take it, my mom made it. Lin Yu happily took it and said, Thank you, madam. Her cooking has always been great. It smells so good. Lin Hao waved at him and then turned around to go back. Lin Yu took the plate and closed the door. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Hao who had returned to this room and then looked at Lin Yu's door. Ian, why did Wu Chengyu send people to guard here? It didn't seem like he wanted to restrict their feelings. Looking at the accommodation here, the houses were much better than ordinary people's, and they were living in suites. Although it wasn't the level of an apartment, this small district was still very good. However, although these districts had elevators, because of the lack of power, the elevators were all in a state of strike. The people who lived here could only take the stairs. Lin Xiao thought about it and guessed that Wu Chengyu must have checked the list of people who went in and out of the base that day. Then he saw Lin Feng and the others, so he suspected them. Wu Chengyue's guess was not wrong, his suspicion was right. It was just that Lin Xiao didn't expect that it would take more than 3 days for him and Little Man to awaken Tiny Tot's ability. Thinking about it, 3 days had passed. Wu Chengyu should be going crazy, right? At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly felt someone coming up the stairs. She knew this breath, It was the deputy leader under Wu Chengyu. After a while, she saw Xiao Yunlong come up with a few subordinates. Then he went directly to the Lin family's house. Deputy leader. Seeing Xiao Yunlong coming, several soldiers at the door immediately greeted him. Xiao Yunlong nodded to them, then blocked the door of Lin Feng's room, raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, and it was Lin Hao who came to open the door. He was holding a pancake in his hand, putting it in his mouth while opening the door. When he saw Xiao Yunlong at the door, his expression froze for a moment. "Hello, our leader wants to invite Mr. Lin Feng over. I don't know if it's convenient." Xiao Yunlong stood outside the door looking down at him and said with a smile. After Lin Hao heard his words, he turned back and shouted into the house, "Brother, Leader Wu invites you over." The people who were preparing to eat at the table all stopped for a moment and looked silently at the door. Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and said to Mrs. Lin, "Mom, you eat first." "I'll go over." With that, he walked out of the door. "Please wait a moment." Seeing Lin Feng come out, Xiao Yunlong suddenly said. Then he turned and walked to the door of Yuan Tianxing's room and knocked on the door. Lin Feng silently watched Xiao Yunlong knock on the door, and then invited Yuan Tianxing out. Then he invited the two of them downstairs. Chapter 310. Lin Xiao silently followed behind them and saw that there was a car parked upstairs. Xiao Yunlong invited Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing to the back seat, then he got into the front passenger seat and the car drove towards the inner area. Lin Xiao jumped and gently landed on the roof of the car. "I don't know if Leader Wu is looking for us because there is news of Miss Lingling?" Yuan Tianxing, who was familiar with Xiao Yunlong, asked. Xiao Yunlong replied in front, "Not yet. I invited you two over today just for a meal. It's been 3 days, I don't know how Lingling is now." "Ah, I hope nothing has happened." Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other and Yuan Tianxing said, "Who took Miss Lingling away?" "Leader Wu hasn't found any news." Xiao Yunlong looked back at him and said, "There are some clues, but the problem is that we can't find the target. We can't find any trace of that person." Yuan Tianxing said, "If the person you are talking about is really the person we know, then Miss Lingling will certainly be fine." Lin Feng asked at this time, "I want to ask, what happened to Miss Lingling?" He always felt that this Wu Chengyu, when his daughter was taken away, did not seem to be worried about what would happen to her, but worried that something would happen to his daughter. Yuan Tianxing and Xiao Yunlong looked at each other. They had not revealed that Lingling was in a state of awakening. So Lin Feng did not know the situation. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Yuan Tianxing, then said to Lin Feng, "Because Lingling began to awaken her ability a few days ago, because Mr. Yuan gave Lingling some special water to drink. She has been suppressing it and did not continue to awaken. But after you came that day, Miss Lingling disappeared." Although he left behind a note. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Note? What note?" Yuan Tianxing also looked at Xiao Yunlong blankly. He had not heard of any note before. Xiao Yunlong took out his mobile phone and showed the photo of the note. After the end of the world, all satellites could not be used and there was no signal all over the world. So the mobile phone was useless, at least there was no communication function. But some games that could be played without the internet could still be played after downloading. There were also some downloaded movies that could be watched. In addition to these, many functions of the mobile phone could still be used. For example, taking pictures. "Do you recognize the words she wrote?" Xiao Yunlong asked as he passed the photo on his mobile phone to the back. Lin Feng and Zhong Xian craned their necks to take a look and realized that the handwriting on the screen was indeed very familiar. "Is it really her?" Xiao Yunlong immediately turned to stare at the two people, asking, "Are you sure? Are you two together?" Lin Feng said, "If you had taken this out earlier, you wouldn't have had to investigate anything. It is indeed her." Xiao Yunlong said, "Who is she? Who are they?" Yuan Tianxing looked at Lin Feng, then turned to Xiao Yunlong and said, "She is not human." Xiao Yunlong was taken aback, and then looked at the two of them blankly. Suddenly, he thought of the girl with 2 long ponytails who suddenly appeared in front of their car 3 days ago. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at Yuan Tianxing in shock. No way. You mean, she's also that? Yuan Tianxing looked at the driver and didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked at the two of them in confusion. Yuan Tianxing said to him, he has seen Qiu Lily. With that, Lin Feng immediately understood. Oh, and nodded. Xiao Yunlong looked at Lin Feng's reaction and immediately knew that Lin Feng also knew the situation. Wait a minute, what is your relationship with those, them? And you even brought them into the base. Lin Feng said, if they want to come in, no one can stop them. Even if you 3 leaders work together, you can't find her. Besides, they are not bad. After that, he and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other, understanding in their hearts. Since it was Lin Qiao who took Lingling away, there must be no problem. And if it is an awakened ability? Lin Feng suddenly said, hey? Did you say before that Miss Lingling has awakened her ability? If that is the case, there is no need to worry. She really has a way. Xiao Yunlong's mind was a little confused at this time, and now he suddenly heard Lin Feng say this. He looked at Lin Feng with some confusion and asked, what do you mean? Lin Feng said, if it is an awakened ability, she may be able to help Lingling pass smoothly. Xiao Yunlong and Yuan Tianxing both looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng said, you also know my daughter. In fact, she has also awakened her ability. Not long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the 2 people looking at him in surprise. Yuan Tianxing stared at him with a look of disbelief and asked, is what you said true? Why didn't I know? Lin Feng said, I told everyone not to disclose this matter, so you didn't know. The expression on Xiao Yunlong's face slowly changed from surprise to shock, and then to surprise. He looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Is what you said true? Your daughter has really awakened her ability. Lin Feng nodded and said, I hope Deputy Leader Xiao won't spread this matter. And it is that person who helped, only she can do this. So she took Miss Lingling away and said she was helping. She must be helping Miss Lingling, I can guarantee it. Xiao Yunlong saw that he was so sure and turned back happily. That's great. If that's the case, I'm relieved. But who is that person you are talking about? As he spoke, he looked back at the 2 people behind him. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other and said at the same time, you will know when the time comes. Xiao Yunlong looked at them in confusion. 10 minutes later, the car drove into the Special A area of the inner district, and then drove all the way to Wu Chengyue's house. When they got off the car, they saw that Xiao Licheng was already waiting at the gate. The food is ready, waiting for you. He came over with a smile. Xiao Yunlong immediately took the 2 people in and led them directly in the direction of the dining room. Wu Chengyu rolled up his sleeves and served the dishes. Meng Yu's figure was walking in the kitchen. You 2 are here. Come, come, come. The time is just right, this is the last dish. Please sit down. Wu Chengyu put the last big bowl of soup on the table, and then together with Xiao Yunlong, pulled out a chair for Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng. Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng looked at each other, sat down and said politely, thank you. Wu Chengyu said with a faint smile, why are you so polite? I had said before that I would treat you to a meal, but I have been too busy these days. When he finished, he also pulled out the main seat and sat down. Xiao Yunlong pulled out another chair and sat down, then he looked in the direction of the kitchen. Chapter 3:11. The 4 people did not notice that Lin Qiao quietly walked to the table. Then she bent down to smell the dishes on the table. But when it came to cooked food, she couldn't smell anything. At this time Yuan Tianxing said, Leader Wu, you didn't invite us here for a simple meal. Xiao Yunlong took the soup bowls in front of them and began to serve them soup. Wu Chengyu heard this and said with a faint smile, I do have something to ask you. But we can talk while eating. Come, drink the soup first, or it won't taste good when it's cold. Seeing Xiao Yunlong serve them soup, Wu Chengyu said. Yuan Tianxing and Yuan Tianxing had to drink the soup first. Well, the soup is good. Lin Qiao saw that they were eating and wanted to hear some information. But she couldn't hear it for the time being. She turned into the space and saw Liu Jun put Xiao Budian on the bed. Xiao Budian had not woken up, lying flat. He was covered with a quilt. Tong Tong might be tired from playing and had fallen asleep on the sofa. Lin Qiao went to the bed and touched Xiao Budian's hair, which was already dry. It was probably Xiedong who helped her dry it. Xiedong had no sense of existence, but in fact he was also in the space. Of course, when Lin Qiao took off her clothes and went into the water, he silently ran into the woods. Lin Qiao picked up Xiao Budian. Seeing her movements, Liu Jun asked, "Are you going out?" Lin Qiao nodded. At this time, Wu Chengyu, Yuan Tianxing and others were eating lukewarm, because Wu Chengyu didn't speak. Finally, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing, who had been holding back for a while, spoke first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat peacefully. Leader Wu, if you don't say it, then let us talk first. Just now Deputy Leader Xiao has already shown us the handwriting on that note, and we do recognize who wrote those words. Lin Feng said. Wu Chengyue's hand paused, turning to look at Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong nodded his head. She's with you. But I checked the base's entry and exit records and there is no name of her. Wu Chengyu turned to look at Lin Feng and said doubtfully. He had compared all the names on the list of suspicious people, and all of them matched up. But he didn't see the woman's name. Did she not register when she came in? After thinking about it, Wu Chengyu remembered that Lin Qiao could turn invisible. Alright, if the other party had entered invisibly, then there was indeed no need to register. However, being invisible did not mean that he would disappear. When he passed through the door, he would still be detected by various instruments. Body temperature, heartbeat, and breathing would all cause the detector to fluctuate. Then how did the other party get in? Or jump over a 7 or 8 meter high wall? Yuan Tianxing said, "We're on the same side." However, she was invisible. Wherever he goes, he appears and disappears like a ghost. Wu Chengyu put away the indifference on his face and said worriedly, "But why did she sneak in and take the child away? Does she really have a way to help Lingling get through this?" Yuan Tianxing turned to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him and said to Wu Chengyu, "She does have a way. My daughter, Xiao Lu, also awakened her ability not long ago, and it was her who helped her successfully awaken it. Although I only saw it once, I don't know if Miss Lingling's situation is the same as my Xiao Lu's. However, it's always better to believe in hope than to be disappointed." Wu Chengyu looked at him in shock. "Wait, did you just say that your daughter also awakened her ability? Is that true?" Of course, he knew that Lin Feng's daughter, Lin Xiaolu, was only 2 years older than Lingling. However, the problem was, how did Lin Feng's daughter awaken her ability at such a young age? This was already the second. No, Lingling was the second child that he knew of to awaken her ability. What was going on? How did a child awaken her ability at such a young age? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, although I don't know the reason. However, we discovered it the moment Xiao Lu awakened. Then, it was the person who left you the note that helped Xiao Lu get through this. Yuan Tianxing said to Wu Chengyu, "So you can rest assured now. Since she took Lingling away, she must be confident." Wu Chengyu calmed himself down and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is this person you're talking about?" At this moment, Lin Feng looked at him strangely and said, "Actually, you already know her. Didn't you ask us if we've seen a short-haired woman wearing a hat and sunglasses? That's her. It's just that the name you mentioned is different from what we know. That's why we're not sure if you're talking about the same person." Wu Chengyu asked, "Isn't her name Lin?" She said it herself. "You've seen the note, isn't it her signature?" Thinking of the word Lin on the note, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing both had a strange feeling in their hearts. "Are you talking about me?" Suddenly, A hoarse voice came from the side. Hence, they were stunned for a second before turning their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Then they saw a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses standing 2 or 3 meters away from them. Her face could not be seen clearly. She was carrying a child in her arms. Bam! Wu Chengyu stood up abruptly. The chair swayed from his movement and made a sound. Lingling. He immediately recognized that the child in the woman's arms was his precious daughter. Seeing that he was about to rush over, Lin Xiao suddenly took 2 steps back. Hey, wait, let's make this clear first. I've returned your daughter to you in one piece. She's not sick or in trouble. She's just asleep now, she won't wake up in another 1 or 2 hours. If you dare to touch me again, I'll take Tiny away next time. Wu Chengyu stopped in his tracks because of what she said. Listening to what she said, it was a little normal at the beginning. Why did she start threatening him later on? Hey, when did you come back? How's Miss Lingling? Yeah, how's Lingling? Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng immediately came to the rescue and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. I've never left. I was just outside the base, Lin Xiao said as she slowly walked over to Wu Chengyu and passed the child to him. She also had to be in case this person suddenly struck her with lightning. It wasn't the first time anyway. Wu Chengyu quickly carried the child over and touched Lingling's forehead and neck. There was a pulse and her body temperature had returned to normal. Her chest was also moving up and down gently. After checking that there was nothing wrong with his daughter, Wu Chengyu's heart was finally at ease. Hearing what Lin Xiao said, this woman clearly didn't get the point. How's Lingling's condition now? He raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "You'll know when Tiny wakes up." As she said that, her figure flashed. She disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Meng Yu walked to Wu Chengyu's side and held little Yueling's hand to carefully feel it. She realized that there was indeed nothing wrong with little Yueling's body. Lingling seems to be fine, she said as she looked up at Wu Chengyu. Chapter 312. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other and said, "Why do I feel that Miss Lu has been here for a long time?" Yuan Tianxing nodded and asked, "When did she come back?" Wu Chengyu was walking to the living room with Lingling in his arms when he heard their conversation. He stopped and turned around to ask, "Her surname is Lu?" Lin Feng nodded and was about to reply, "Oh, her name is Lu." Suddenly, Yuan Tianxing interrupted him strangely, "Ah, that's right. Her surname is Lu." "That's right." Lin Feng looked at him with a baffled expression. However, they had known each other for so long. However, he could tell that there was something fishy going on when Yuan Tianxing interrupted him. Wu Chengyu looked at Yuan Tianxing suspiciously and saw that the man was smiling as if it was an accident. At this moment, Lingling's eyelids moved and she slowly opened. Wu Chengyu, who was looking at Yuan Tianxing, didn't notice, but Meng Yu, who was next to him, did. "Look, Lingling is awake." Everyone immediately looked at Wu Chengyu's arms. As expected, Wu Yuling opened her eyes and was looking around blankly. However, when she saw everyone looking at her, she immediately turned her head and burrowed into Wu Chengyu's arms. "Lingling. Lingling. Come, look at Daddy. Tell Daddy if you feel uncomfortable." Wu Chengyu looked at her in surprise and hurriedly carried her to the sofa. Wu Yuling peeked out from his arms and looked at him with her bright eyes before burrowing back into his arms. He saw that his daughter was awake and there was nothing wrong with her reaction. Wu Chengyu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wu Yuling suddenly felt around her body with her hands, but she didn't feel anything. Then, she sat up from Wu Chengyu's arms and sat on his lap, looking down at her clothes in confusion. "Huh! It's not my clothes. It's so big." However, Wu Yuling soon forgot about her clothes. She searched around her body and found that her baby was gone. So she started looking left and right. Sometimes, she went around to Wu Chengyu's left and then to his right. She didn't see anything. Realizing that her baby was not in the living room, Wu Yuling pouted and knocked her face. She raised her head and looked at Wu Chengyu with tears in her eyes. What is she looking for? Lin Feng still understood children. After all, he also had a daughter. She should be looking for her grass dragonfly, Wu Chengyu said after thinking for a moment. After he said that, he saw Wu Yuling nodding her head vigorously. Wu Chengyu said with a smile, "Don't worry, your treasure is in your room. Are you hungry? Let's go up and change first, then come down to eat, okay?" Hearing that she was going back to her room, she would be able to see her grass dragonfly. Wu Yuling immediately nodded cheerfully. Wu Chengyu lovingly stroked her long hair. Stroking his daughter's smooth, black hair, he felt as if his heart was filled with something. "Oh, I'll bring Lingling upstairs to change first. Yunlong, invite Mr. Lin and Mr. Yuan to the dining table again." Xiao Yunlong watched as Wu Chengyu stood up with Wu Yuling in his arms, and immediately nodded his head. "Oh, both of you. Please go to the table and sit down first. We haven't finished eating yet," Xiao Yunlong said and gestured in the direction of the dining table. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing were relieved to see that Wu Yuling had been returned in good condition. The two of them smiled and consciously walked towards the dining table after Wu Chengyu finished speaking. "Hey, why did Miss Lu leave as soon as she came?" Yuan Tianxing asked curiously. "Are you sure she left?" Lin Feng looked at him strangely. At this time, Xiao Yunlong also asked curiously, "Yes, that Miss Lu really woke Lingling up. And, did little Lingling really awaken her special ability?" Lin Feng said, "You have to ask your Miss Lingling to know. Maybe we can ask when we go back." Yuan Tianxing said at this time, "But the security in Leader Wu's house still needs to be strengthened. Just let her come and go without a trace, okay?" At this time, Meng Yu, who had followed them to the dining table without saying a word, suddenly said, "If even Iron Brother you can't find her, then it's useless to add more guards." The three men were stunned for a moment, thinking that the person had appeared silently beside them with Lingling, and no one present had noticed. In this way, it was indeed useless to strengthen the security. Xiao Yunlong said, "If she is sent to gather intelligence or assassinate, if she is not very strong, who can stop her?" While they were curious about the success rate of Lin Qiao's sneak attack and assassination, Wu Chengyu carried Lingling upstairs. "Lingling, do you remember anything?" Wu Chengyu asked as he walked to the room on the third floor. Wu Yuling sat in his arms and looked at him blankly. Wu Chengyu saw her expression and knew that she didn't know anything. He opened the door of Wu Yueling's room and walked in. Then he put her on the bed and turned to the wardrobe to find clothes. As soon as Wu Yuling sat on the bed, she immediately turned and climbed to the table. There was a greenish-yellow grass dragonfly on the table beside the head of the table. She stretched out her little hand to pick up the grass dragonfly and smiled happily. Wu Chengyu just finished looking for clothes and saw Wu Yuling sitting on the bed, both hands holding the grass dragonfly, a bright smile on her cute little face. He hadn't seen his daughter smile so sweetly for a long time. Wu Chengyu felt something melting in his heart. Holding the clothes in his hand, he didn't want to disturb her. On the other side, Lin Qiao had just entered the space and hadn't reached the furniture area on Liu Jun's side. She had just taken 2 steps when her feet suddenly sank, and then there was a small tug on the bottom of her trousers. Lin Qiao looked down and saw a large ball of grey hair curled up on her feet. But it was using its rabbit lips to bite her trousers. "Oh, it's a grey rabbit." Seeing Lin Qiao looking down at herself, the grey rabbit immediately released her trousers. Then it jumped down from her feet, and then bounced around her feet. "What are you doing?" Lin Qiao looked at the rabbit blankly, not knowing what it was doing. Although she could hear the thoughts of zombies, or perhaps she could also sense the thoughts of humans. But she couldn't hear the thoughts of small animals. At this time, a small figure ran over and excitedly ran towards the little rabbit. Lin Qiao saw that it was Tong Tong, and then saw Liu Jun walking over from behind. Maybe Tong Tong's running startled the grey rabbit. It was anxious, and fiercely bit Lin Qiao's trousers and dragged her to the side. This time, it used several times more strength than before. Does it want you to take it out? It was just staying by that little girl's side, and when you ran away, it started running around. I don't know what it's doing. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.